Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and Video Game News. Today is Wednesday, March 29th. We're right at the end of the month. We've got a lot of announcements here on Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels Cup, ranking announcements. If anything, I think that is probably the one thing that this fails at, even as far as its own goals. Like, I don't think the Duelist Cup is particularly good for most players anyways, because you have 99% of people not making it past stage 2, and then 100 people out of potentially thousands, 10,000s, maybe even hundreds of thousands of players making it to the first stage, or at least it kind of feels like that. But even at that, if that is the goal, to have a real tournament with an actual top 100, you don't really announce the top 100. Like, nobody gets their name printed anywhere where you would see it. As far as who ranked where, new gates are being added to the solo mode. So, if anything, it just kind of feels like they are still very much leaning into the idea of adding everything right at the end of the month, at the beginning of a new month. It's too much too fast. A new selection pack here, Passage of the Sun, is available. A new pre-built set is available. And new accessories are available. And good thing, I guess, then I didn't spend any of these crystals, because obviously they were saving up to help you with this. Alright, so this bundled set here. Special set that includes 10 master packs for $750. That's probably an amazingly great deal, with at least one super rare and one bonus ultra rare. Nibiru, the Primal Being. I already have this card, but whatever. 750 crystals though is almost nothing for that price. That being said, I suppose this bundle is not that good, because you're getting master packs, which is just going to be 8 cards out of a pool of nearly 8,000 cards. Many of them not playable. And it is going to pull the secret pack nonsense also, so we potentially are going to unlock a bunch of secret packs and then have a 24-hour timer to decide whether we really want to build this. And the number of news are probably going to be fairly high. I guess mostly we're just looking for ultra rares. Now, for the accountability section today, I don't know if I can say anything, because my insomnia has really just messed me up, and I'm obviously starting late today because of that. I'm just sleeping later into the evenings, and I don't even remember like what I did yesterday versus what I did 2 days ago. So at best I can say I have gotten all but the escape with all 5 of your playable characters in Prey Moon Crash challenges done. So I have plenty of points, unless something just goes really awful, which it definitely could happen. But I have enough points to buy enough equipment, probably for one last run on Prey Moon Crash. You do actually have to do that challenge to get to the end of the overwrapping storyline as a hacker who's running simulations over and over again. You have to also run a simulation in which all 5 of the characters escape. But after I do that, there's absolutely no reason to play the game anymore. It's a shame. Like, I could see them potentially randomizing the way Moon Crash, the moon base, worked a lot more to double the amount of time. That being said, the in-game counter in Prey Moon Crash does say I've been playing for about 20 hours, and honestly, if that's true, that's probably about 5 hours too many. So it's not like I'm gonna be left wanting for more when finishing Prey Moon Crash. I will say, however, that I definitely feel like I had a lot more fun playing Prey Moon Crash almost as a completely separate game. It basically is and shouldn't have been DLC than I did the main game. If anything, the main game should be a horror game where you basically only have the wrench to use as a weapon, and maybe you eventually get a handgun and a shotgun, but possibly, very possibly not even that. Um, and arguably, even in Prey Moon Crash, there are some guns there that are fairly useless eventually. Because the enemies just are such bullet sponges or the guns are too slow. Really, all you need is a advanced level shotgun, which is as much as I've ever found as far as something that I could buy as a loadout. So a one step above the default shotgun is more than enough to take on most enemies, because every other gun shoots too slow or is just not doing enough damage. The laser gun is too slow. The handgun doesn't do enough damage. The grenades and things you can throw take too long to wind up and throw. So, yeah. Number 100, Numerian Dragon. Guess we could cycle through all of these just to show off everything we've got. It's still very much I'm in the point with Yu-Gi-Oh! Where I just don't recognize these cards, so they might have some value. What really would be great is if there was a way to have an API look at the cards in your collection and tell you the best deck you could possibly make. There was something like that for Hearthstone Deck Tracker. I just don't know. I haven't researched it or looked for anything like that as far as Yu-Gi-Oh! And I suspect Yu-Gi-Oh! May just be more locked down than that. Ideally, if you're making a collectible card game now, even when this game came out a year plus ago, there should have been some better deck tracking type ideas and streamer type built-in functions into the game itself. Just like something that could show the players what cards you have and what cards you've played. Yes, that's giving perfect memory to the players, but that's not really changing things too much. We don't need to buy a deck slot. This 18 more days to, I guess, purchase any more of these. If you hadn't purchased any of these, everything else is already gone. And then we have a card protector for Witchcrafter Vice Madam, which, yeah, you can't even really get a good picture of it. And that's only 100. And then a card protector for the World Legacy. World Legacy definitely is one of the solo stories, which I assume the solo stories are actually expansion stories of some sort that were either shown when you get talked about and written when there's a new expansion in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or were actually talked about in some later Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, since we're on like the 5th generation of Yu-Gi-Oh! Animes, I wouldn't be surprised if the Yu-Gi-Oh! Cartoon now does have them jump to alternate dimensions or tell different stories that are clearly unconnected. And here we have the World Legacy monster art. And arguably you should just enable those when you get them. see. So now we have the big questions. Are any of these a big enough candidate to spend probably 30,000 gems on? So featured cards, cards I already own, would imply that this is probably not a good idea, although it is kind of crazy that I do not own a lava golem. Featured cards, my cards. A little bit more of a candidate on that one. I probably did, in between the last stream and this one, schedule some YouTube daily shorts, since that was automated. I almost certainly recorded Prey in between the last stream. I bought this device that I thought was going to be super useful that would replace AAA batteries with a plug, and first one I got was broken, second one wasn't broken, but then the outlet that I could reach to plug it into was under the sink because I was trying to put it in a water leak detector, and the outlet was not wired in the sneaky way that it needed to be wired, so that both the upper plug socket would be powered always, while the bottom plug socket would be powered only when a switch connected to it was flipped. So the entire outlet, both the plug on the top and the bottom, are switched when there's these metal brackets on the sides of outlets that they should have snapped. And had they broken these little metal connectors, then the top part would always have been powered and the bottom part would have been switched. Under a sink, that would have made a lot of sense, because you would have a dishwasher plug and then you would have a garbage disposal plug. And likely, for most people, that for decades would have been the only things you would have even begun to think about plugging up under a sink. Unless nowadays you can have instant demand water heaters or leak detector adapters in my weirder case, or just anything really. Like plugs now are way more used than they were then. I mean, they straight up have pop-up wireless charging things you can put in counters, which would have made some sense too. So what obviously happened here, I don't know if I want to buy any of these. I don't know if it's more just I'm not in the mood to buy any, or if it's just a case that these aren't particularly totally empty collections. Okay. I think you're better off buying these. And don't have a great argument to buy this, but there is definitely a lot of super rares and ultra rares missing around that expansion. Passage of the Sun. But it would definitely make a lot more sense to look at like these. So in all fairness, if I didn't have such a bad back, I could just pull out the outlet and break the tabs myself and fix it, and that's really the right solution that should have happened in the first place. But you're talking about pulling out the outlet and hoping the wires are long enough that you can get to the side of it, and you're kind of hoping the whole thing is wired correctly too, because there's probably a wrong way and a right way for that to work. And it probably might be a rewiring job. I'm not sure I definitely wouldn't want to do that. Or I could also pull out the dishwasher, and see if it's hardwired or if it has an outlet behind it. More than likely it has an outlet behind it, because it would be kind of crazy to pull out a dishwasher and then realize that you have to hardwire the new dishwasher because the old dishwasher is hardwired. That probably would violate some code too, but who knows about that. Or I could have also tried to use the outlet that my refrigerator is plugged into and use the adapter for a humidity sensor that's right next to the freezer door of my refrigerator. That way it goes off if the freezer door is left open, which, yeah, occasionally happens. So it's a matter of just moving large appliances, all of which is just going to cause a backache. So at that, I then started to desperately look around my house and think to myself, there's got to be something that uses 2 AAA batteries that doesn't have a plug to it that I could experiment with this device and see. In the long run, I just buy another water sensor and put it like in the garage under laundry machines and have an alert for a leak there. That's not too difficult to pull that one off. But yeah, as I was running around, I hope the story is making any sense at all, and looking at my house, I realized actually there's basically no devices left that run on batteries in my house that make sense that you would turn it away from being a battery to a plug thing. At least AAA batteries. Now there are at least a couple of AA battery clocks that it would make sense to add a plug to them. Clocks, though, use only one AA battery, and more often than not, and adding a plug to them doesn't really help much unless they're radio clocks. So that becomes a issue too. And arguably, you fix one of those problems and you've fixed enough of those problems. So am I not interested in just buying anything? Let's just buy this one. Like, almost shopping for shopping's sake here, but if I don't get an ultra rare in this pack, I'll buy another ultra rare, another pack, which just doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, if you have an atomic clock and the battery dies and then you change the battery, then it should fix itself to the right time. Once you change the battery. Theoretically, if they actually ever did get rid of daylight savings time in the United States and stuck to it, which is probably never going to happen. Honestly, I half suspect daylight savings time being a mess is its own bureaucratic solution, because it just keeps the general masses upset and whining about something that's inconsequential instead of being upset and whining about like other things, lack of like minimum wage increase and things like that. If they start solving very easy to solve small problems like daylight savings time, then politicians would be held to a higher standard to solve other problems. But yeah, if you got rid of daylight savings time permanently, that solves half of the annoyance of old-fashioned clocks. Of course, there is certainly an annoyance in general in that old-fashioned analog clocks really are not presenting a lot of information. Amazon came out with like the Echo, I think it was called Dot, that was supposed to do more as an analog clock by having an Alexa speaker in it and having some more LEDs to show like timers, and nobody bought it. But honestly, that probably is the way things should go, is that there should be a fairly low resolution screen, LCD matrix screen on the wall that just presents an analog clock face, and then in all honesty probably would just present a digital face, because like next generations are not going to care about analog clocks at all. Analog clocks only existed in the first place is because technology was limited, and they couldn't put a digital face on it in the first place. As your 10-pack purchase had no ultra rares, your next 10-pack purchase of this pack will be guaranteed to have at least one ultra rare. And so this is the ultimate problem, is that you spend 1,000 gems, you don't get an ultra rare, then they say, well, spend another 1,000 gems and we'll give you an ultra rare. Which, that's just like a scam, basically. It's a carnival game trick, almost. Like, oh, you didn't win this time? Well, we'll give you a guaranteed prize the next time. So, yeah. So what I have done is I've ordered a movement, I think is what it's called, in the form of just buying an atomic clock that is very cheap, and I'm going to attempt to remove the atomic / radio clock. It's really a radio clock. It's not really atomic in any real meaning of the word. And so I'm going to try and take the components of the cheap radio clock and put it in a fancier frame and hope that works. It can work, and it certainly might not work, because there is definitely a possibility that the hands on the clock are geared to a slightly different size. Because there is a lack of standardization on that. Or I could just bone it up completely and take a very expensive or a more expensive clock apart and break it. The thing here excuse me, the thing though is you kind of do still want wall clocks. While this is the default response of most people, wow, that was a good outcome. While this is the default response of most people to look at their cell phones for time, that causes you then to look at your cell phone and have more distraction. And there really is just an idea here around having a minimalistic, we're giving you the information you need and nothing more than the information you need concept that is publicly shared. I guess at a certain level there would be teachers who would argue that the clocks on the walls should have been taken down, but I think smarter people prevailed on that, and in schools you do have clocks on walls for good reasons. Learning to manage your time and manage yourself is an important factor. So this one obviously would be a bad candidate to open. Let's see what this one is. This looks like a bad candidate to open too. I feel like these secret packs in particular might just be older cards too. They might be a few years old, whereas the master packs are 5, 6, 10 years old. This one's not the worst candidate. But honestly, I think I just want to sit on the crystals I have. Because what this really boils down to, apparently I now have at least one copy of each of the God cards. But I also have like one of each of these. Probably because I was trying to get Exodia. I did make an Exodia deck, but it's pretty useless. And I have to admit, this animation looks different as far as a card here. This looks different than this, then that goes back to it. Let's see how many of these we have. Probably a little too much to justify buying this also. Particularly when all the interesting looking cards are ultra rares and super rares. And then you're going to fall down into more generic cards. So this is a whole Amazon deck concept, I guess. This art definitely seems like it would have been made previously. Completely different like animation style. Yeah, I really would have to have just seen somebody else playing Amazon decks. And the fact that I don't recognize any of these cards, I think screams how unplayable that would be. Once I finish Prey Moon Crush, I probably will try and do a Lego set. I haven't done one in a long time. I need to schedule a lot of videos too. I should probably jump into another game always, but it's probably time for a break too. I need to work on my computer servers a little bit too, and pull the trigger and buy the expensive computer server rack so I can move the servers around. I also am still fantasizing about a dream house build, and you know, as far as the smart house goes, surround sound amps, I don't think they are quite integrated into being smart devices, which seems like that would be a mistake, that they haven't gotten to that point yet. There definitely are situations though where that is the case, where there is either just the beginning of the idea of integrating a certain device that would be in your home into a smart home, or it's got its own connecting app and its own service that doesn't really make a ton of sense. Bluetooth and Bluetooth music in particular is a great example of that, where that should totally be integrated much better into a service. And you kind of had the Sonos speakers. That was about the beginning of something like that, where you could have multiple speakers in the home playing music either different music or the same music. But all of those technologies were either abandoned or just not that good. And even if you just wanted to have a surround sound amp in multiple rooms for multiple, like every room that you wanted music to play had its own separate amp, getting them to communicate together in any way doesn't really work. I guess a big part of that also comes down to the fact that unless you're talking a networked audiovisual amp, it really wouldn't have any source of music that it could deeply integrate into. Like, if it's networked, you could say play the Spotify playlist and things like that, but if it doesn't have any of that integration, then you're just going to say play the audio from HDMI 1, which perhaps there is a smart 4K Blu-ray Ultra HD player out there that does better integrate into surround sound in that way. But then you don't have the capability of saying mute the master bedroom, or mute the kids' rooms, or mute the living room, or unmute the living room. So yeah, there's a problem there. There's surprisingly not really a connection between any kind of like smart notification when a safe is opened. Like, best case scenario there, you put in a motion sensor inside of a metal safe and then run its antenna out through a tiny hole in the safe, so that you could actually get the signal. Or more likely, you would just put a motion sensor in a closet and put a safe in the closet. That would be another way, certainly, to do it. But yeah, no real integration in that. Some of the cooking stuff might make some sense if it was better integrated into a smart home system. And if anything, the fact that so little is integrating well at the moment really puts a nail in the coffin before it's barely even launched with the Matter standard, which very little of that, as even less, is compatible with the new Matter standard than what would be compatible with just like the cheap Tuya or Smart Things or HomeKit. HomeKit, I would say, also has major problems as far as just, if Apple is not making the hardware for the device that is HomeKit compatible, the odds are very low that it's going to be well programmed or well supported by Apple. And so even if you're an Apple fanboy, I don't think that HomeKit is getting the level of support. Now, if Steve Jobs was still alive and he was obsessed about HomeKit, I bet he would have made HomeKit work amazingly well, to the point where we would probably have eventually passed, Europe would have probably passed a law saying that they have to make it more open, and then HomeKit would have been the de facto standard. But yeah, the current Apple, without Steve Jobs, is not interested in HomeKit. Yeah, 4 or 5, 10 years down the line, I think we will have a much better situation there as far as smart homes. And it'll be slow going. It'll be little things that just make conveniences happen. Of course, you have to also be careful in the middle of this. That you don't give away all of your privacy. definitely was a story where a guy had Nest cameras, and he had a bunch of them. One of which was pointing to inside his own bedroom, and the police asked him for footage from like one cam within a specific scope, and he gave it to them, and then they asked for like all of the footage from all of his cameras within a much wider scope, and he said that would take a lot of time. No. And so instead of going and getting a warrant and convincing a judge, probably through lying, to get a warrant for the security camera footage, they just asked Nest, and Nest handed it over. Not only did Nest hand over all the footage from the cameras at his house, they also handed over all of the footage at his business that also had Nest cameras, which inherently makes an argument to not work with Nest. And I definitely would not recommend anybody have Nest cameras. Anything easy. Honestly, having a Tuya camera that potentially is sending the footage to some shady company in China is probably safer than having the footage being stored or sent to some place in the United States, if you live in the United States. Because some shady company or even the Chinese government having footage of your home or outside your home in China is going to be a lot harder for overambitious, lazy police to try and subpoena and get copies of. And frankly, China can't do too much with it. Unless China was planning like an all-out invasion and they were trying to map the entirety of the United States through cameras outside of your front door, which, yeah, that's not likely to be the scenario, and even if it was, it probably wouldn't matter at that point. Like, the biggest concern with like a Tuya camera is theoretically that it could get hacked easily, or because it's not programmed as well, or it could be turned into a botnet, or they would be just hacked and turned into a botnet. Generally, just don't have cameras where you're likely to be naked, or don't care if footage of you being naked ends up on the internet, and that's your biggest concern. You do also have to remember that if it weren't for the fact that the police are getting paid through taxpayers' dollars to, no other business could possibly afford to hire people to waste time looking at video footage in the first place, unless like deep learning AI video analysis, I don't think it's really that good. Or that cheap even at that. Like, inherently, I wouldn't write down your social security number or your bank passwords on a piece of paper and then hold the paper in front of your security cameras for any reason. But most Tuya cameras are not good enough quality that if you were writing down your social security number on a piece of paper on a table 5 feet away from the camera probably would not be able to read what you'd written. And inherently, we haven't heard of any stories. Like, you have to point that out too. Like, I have not heard of any cheap Chinese Tuya cameras being hacked or the footage being collected by the police, where Ring has actively worked to make it super easy for the police to request camera footage. And when a police officer sees a Ring doorbell, they see that as a free pass to then try and get that footage. And this doesn't have anything to do with video games, this is just smart home me rambling. And there is more recently a rapper who the police searched his house on a warrant looking for someone allegedly being kidnapped, and I assume the warrant said any papers pertaining to. That's what they tend to do, is to make these blanket warrants that say you're looking for any papers pertaining to or actual things. That creates this situation where if they have a warrant looking for a stolen car, they can then open your drawers and look for paperwork pertaining to potentially a stolen car. Whereas it would not be within the scope of a warrant to open up a drawer and look for, or look even in a bedroom for a stolen car. And there definitely is room for improvement on those warrant systems. So this rapper has like security cameras showing the police going through his pockets of his suits, looking for kidnap victims. That they find absolutely nothing, and he's made like a whole bunch of raps around this footage, up to the point where they literally go and disconnect his security camera, and that's obviously he's pushing the idea that they knew what they were doing was not legitimate, so they disconnected the security camera to stop evidence being collected against them. And I assume if they can never prove that he actually was kidnapping anybody, it definitely feels like it was just straight up a level of mis-executed searches, inappropriate search. I mean, I guess if they have a legitimate fear that someone was being kidnapped, they should do their due diligence. But now the police are trying to sue the rapper for emotional stress or something like that because he's making fun of them in his raps, which that definitely should not go anywhere, and the fact that you'd even have to defend yourself on that is ridiculous. There definitely should be a case in the U.S. justice system where the judges step in and just say no to some of these filed court cases. Like, limiting someone's ability to sue on ridiculous grounds, I think really is the only way to fix the system. But judges very rarely will dismiss something with prejudice, or even dismiss it without prejudice, if there's, like, when they really should, if there's even a small chance that the case would go forward. You have to generally file a motion to dismiss and have lawyers capable of filing a motion to dismiss before that will happen, so you're already having to hire lawyers. And just that initial motions to dismiss and that initial retainer tends to be more money than most people have. I really need to figure out a better way to warm up in these live streams. I just don't know how to do it. Like, the truth of it is, if I am not in front of the camera talking, I would probably be in bed falling back asleep. Yeah. I'm not like a coffee drinker, and that probably would cause a lot of problems in another way with IBS, but it would probably help quite a bit too. And I'm not that far off from most people. I think most people walk into their schools or their offices like zombies, and it takes them 2 to 3 to 4 hours to wake up before they're really doing anything at all. Usually they're just like reading emails or pretending to do work. Well, that sucked. But yeah. The fact that it takes me like an hour to warm up to begin with is a mess. Alright, well, then let's start going through the news that I'm slightly interested in talking about, the special news that has caught my eye. Video Games Chronicle has this LEGO 2K Drive's developers on aiming for an IP collaborations in years of sequels. I follow a LEGO subreddit, and they seem to echo the exact same concerns and disappointment, if anything. I'm just going to activate this. That I was seeing as far as LEGO 2K Drive, in that it looks like it is got DLC season passes in it, and very possibly microtransactions, and on top of that it is selling for like $70. And we are definitely not at the point where $70 is acceptable in general, let alone for a kids game that is also going for DLC passes and like just loot box. I don't know if it's actually going to have loot boxes, but microtransaction type mentality for kids. Inherently, we still have yet to hear a good argument that the game is even going to be good, or much like a LEGO game. If anything, it feels like this is just perhaps yet another attempt at doing something like a racing game or something like a GTA game for kids. So if he uses this to destroy this, does that do anything? This is going to let me attach a card. This should be enough to win, so let's not belabor it and just win. Suffice it to say, I don't have a lot of confidence as far as LEGO 2K Drive coming up. We have someone called Hella Hella Who says, hello, don't ask me how I got here. I have been noticing a few more views more consistently on my live streams, which is nice and good. And definitely I've been getting a lot of subscribers. It does definitely feel like that if I got a snowballs effect and sometime in between 3 and 6 months from now I did go over 1,000 subscribers, it doesn't feel like my watch time still would be anywhere close to being high enough. I wouldn't be surprised if I really need closer to 2,000 or 3,000 subscribers to get the watch time up. But yeah, focusing in on one thing as far as subscribers to start with is a good step in one direction, and then focusing in another direction. One of the YouTube shorts that I put out that have the title "Check out this PC game," somebody just commented, "No." I never get that, but whatever. If you're gonna comment by all means, because that just helps the engagement on the YouTube shorts. But yeah, why? I think there's probably just far too many people that think they are being directly communicated to online when you have a title like check out this PC game. And literally, when I say check out, I just mean look at the YouTube short and check it out. That way, I don't mean go buy the game and then see if you like it or anything like that. I'm not giving really any level of endorsement other than this game potentially looked interesting enough to make a YouTube short around. Like, it is a very low bar. I wanted to point out this Bayonetta 3 soundtrack just to show, wow, that seems like a lot of CDs as far as a soundtrack goes. Yeah, I can't imagine how you would have that many CDs unless there's just a lot of instrumental music that was in Bayonetta 3. Or there's a potential here, I guess, that between Bayonetta 1 and 2 there was a soundtrack, and this is a bunch of empty slim jewel cases to put the CDs of Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3's soundtracks all in one box, which that would be a really cool like box art thing to do. You also have what looks like probably liner notes, probably not full, like a full story or full lyrics, if there are lyrics. This is all Japanese here. It says Bayonetta 3 original soundtrack. Let's see if we can translate this. A set of 8 gorgeous CDs containing all the songs of Bayonetta 3 with a total of 265 songs on sale today. Don't miss the booklet with comments on those songs, completely supervised by Platinum Games. Please get it. Of course, this is definitely a Japanese thing, and so it probably is like the equivalent of $100 to $250 worth of soundtracks, if I was to guess, because Japanese love to overcharge for those kinds of collectibles, and Japanese fans tend to buy that kind of stuff. Open Broadcast Software has a beta now for version 2.29.1. There's some interesting things I saw in the changelog as far as that, in that they are going to support fractional, I think is what it is, or fragmented MP4 in movie support, which is even better, they claim, than MKV support, as far as, hey, this video was being streamed or recorded on your computer and then the power went out and then we only have this unfinished file that's fragmented. Previously, movie files and MP4 files, when fragmented, were very likely to just be completely lost. So in the past, many years ago, I would have videos that were, I would do a 3 or 4 hour live stream, the power might go out, and then the entire footage was either corrupted or lost beyond repair. So yeah, MP4s are what YouTube wants, or says they want. So last time I looked, so yeah, there's better improvement there to perhaps not have to make MKV files and then convert them over, because that's what I'm doing right now. Is everything is recorded in a MKV file, and then it's immediately remuxed, converted over very quickly to an MP4 file to be uploaded to YouTube. There also is increased support for AV1 and HVAC to YouTube, multi-track audio for simple output, improved stinger performance. They're going to have more of the transition stingers that would You might have seen these on TVs where they would change from one camera to another camera and there would be a little animation, a swoosh or something in the middle of that. Like that's going to be in RAM preloaded going forward instead of it not being preloaded. There's also some DLL blocking stuff. Apparently a popular VTuber software had a DLL that was causing OBS to stutter. And then improvements for those with large scene collections, which I might very well be in the category of being somebody with a large scene collection. And they just shut me down. I cannot do anything more with this. Yeah, I'm still waiting though for 29.1 to come out, I guess, and then I would jump potentially to 29.0 as far as this is stable enough. Although maybe that's wrong. Maybe I should wait until 30 comes out and then go to 29.1 or 0.2, whatever the newest version is there. I'm trying to be a whole version behind, so I'm leaning heavily into a always stable situation, or as stable as possible situation. OBS breaking is not something that really needs to happen. The Epic Games Store is having its first ever Epic Publishing sale right now. I definitely have to question though, does it make a lot of sense to take a character I don't recognize and put him front and center when his eyes look sunken in and his cheeks look sunken in and his shirt is torn? Is this the starving developer that Epic Publishing works with? Like, it's not a good face forward. Put this character, who I also don't recognize, forward. And then you have like PC Building Simulator as a focus, and this probably is something that people would recognize. This, I don't even know what this is. Just looks like the maybe butt of a gun or a robot or something. But yeah, ideally you move him to the edge, this in the middle, and then you would have machine, machine, medieval, medieval, human in the middle, as far as your depiction. Steam Publishing, specifically talking about Steam Publishing, has yet to blow me out of the water as far as being super different than any other publisher, or even a particularly good publisher. Not Steam Publishing, Epic Game Publishing, Epic Publishing. Like, inherently, if you're going to be a publisher as Epic Games, you would have to probably try to push very heavily to publish on other platforms also. And so you're competing against, or you're working with people that you're directly competing with, which can be a weird issue. Speaking of weird issues, the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA, is inviting people to an AARP Game Summit on Tuesday, April 18th. So explore how you can meet the needs of 50-year-old plus gamers and tap into the lucrative and growing audience, featuring keynote speaker Trip Hawkins, CEO of Electronics Arts, EA, and one of the gaming industry's true pioneers. Yeah, if that's what you want to call the CEO of EA. That's blowing a lot of smoke at that point. Now, can really only speak to my own observations, but while I do think there are a lot of 50-year-old pluses that could be defined as a gamer, when you take the definition of gamer and expand it to anybody who plays any kind of digital game at all. There's some major caveats to that statement and that way of thinking. Because I imagine there are a lot of 50-year-olds who play solitaire, free cell, Sudokus, maybe, probably not even something that complicated. I imagine a lot of 50-year-olds are just not that mentally alert or aware or want a complicated type experience. They aren't run and gun shooters, almost certainly. Yes, there is that YouTuber who plays Skyrim, and there will be exceptions to the rule, certainly. But generally, I think they want to play games that they played before video games existed. So that would be like card games, table games, board games of a certain age, dominoes, things like that. If they're more of an Asian culture, they probably play more mahjong. But that's generally what I think you're going to see in them, is that they're playing games they already know and they already understand. They're not willing to learn new games. They're not going to play complicated games. They're not looking for adventure games, point and click adventure games, or story games. Something like a Telltale game probably would have worked fairly nicely for a 50-year-old plus, but they just won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. They will play the games that they've found and that they like. They will like Facebook games because they'll be on Facebook already, and that's what the kind of advertisement they will get. They are definitely not getting ads for Raid Shadow Legends on Facebook, and even if they are getting those ads, they're not going for that. So I just don't think that it really is a lucrative audience, because I don't think you're going to convince a lot of people to do microtransactions and things like that on solitaire, free cell, dominoes, things like that. At a certain point, if you are convincing 50-plus-year-olds to spend money on those kinds of games, it's probably through severe manipulation and close to abuse of the elderly at that point. In the same way that microtransactions for little kids is severe manipulative and abusive. Now, then you have to also say growing audience. Is it really a growing audience? Yes, we have the baby boomers all being about 50 or being about to be 50, but once you get past like the baby boomer generations, the number of people is going down and down and down, and let's face it, 50-plus-year-olds are dying. They are dying at a high rate, and the generations before them aren't living particularly at high rates either. The pandemic certainly helping cause either long-term health effects for younger people or just straight up killed a bunch of people. But just in general, I think even before the pandemic, there was probably less healthy food. The baby boomers did not feed their kids very well. They took them to McDonald's, and then that means the baby boomers' children are now in a situation where they're obese or they have diabetes, and they're not in a good healthy position either. I could certainly go into a much longer rant that has nothing to do with video games about how the baby boomer generation really just screwed over all the generations after them. And if anything, you could probably blame some of that even on the previous generation, in that the previous, before the baby boomer generation, was the generation of people who were at war, so there was no parenting going on of any good quality. So the baby boomers grew up not knowing how to parent, thus they very broadly speaking became terrible parents and raised the next generations as terrible parents. And by parenting, I mean generally just teaching people that the baby boomer generation that they should be around and like make sure their children get fed and were healthy. and that the children should be thought of as a high priority, and that parents should sacrifice for their children instead of not really caring about their children or being obsessed with themselves. Baby boomer generation, definitely fairly narcissistic, I think, as a generation, and obsessed with themselves, obsessed with their careers, even to now, to this point. But yeah, if I can try to get back on topic here, I don't think there is a lot of reasons to expect that there will be a lot of video games out there targeting 50 plus years old. And the AARP is this subscription service that, for the most part, is not a scam, but definitely comes off a little bit like a scam in that it convinces a lot of old people that they need it, or that it offers a lot of benefits when it really doesn't offer too many benefits at all. And now they're pushing, they're literally spending the money from the membership fees from old people to make an AARP game summit. It's a weird thing. Speaking of weird, Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga has a pinned tweet from November 1st, 2022. And then they put out this 4 hours ago, "Who's that minifig?" tweet. Which is weird. Why? I guess they're just continuously trying to promote, but they don't really have anything new to say here. Scrolling down here, you can see there's just a lot of pictures and art of things around the Lego Star Wars game. And it definitely highlights the feeling that was a long game to lose so miserably. It definitely just highlights the feeling that Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga very possibly is going to be the last Lego game from TT Games that we see in a while, or ever. Possibly ever. 5 hours ago, Grasshopper manufacturer in English said, "Today, Grasshopper celebrates its 25th anniversary, and thank you for the patronage and support. And here's to 25 more years." So anyways, what's up with the countdown? And it says something's going to happen. Grasshopper manufacturer from the No More Heroes. The countdown website that they have is like counting down for quite a while. But they are, I suppose, incredibly softly teasing the idea of Grasshopper manufacturing announcing something new. Which is good for them. They should announce something new. I don't know if they can continuously just make more announcements around more No More Heroes games. I think after No More Heroes 3, they probably are fine to announce a side game and try to do something different and try to expand a little bit more. Although in fairness, the something different they did before No More Heroes 3, Travis Strikes Again, was pretty awful. Like they kind of should just try to experiment and make something that feels nothing like a No More Heroes game and potentially feels just a lot more polished. If anything, Grasshopper Manufacturer has been one of these companies that has stayed in the single A or indie realm for too long and needs to step up to being AAA, and needs to try to evolve to being AAA. Speaking of experiments, here's one that is a really dumb experiment or idea from 2K. Little sisters always stay close to a friend, hashtag WHM. They're invincible, kinda, loyal, stealthy, complicated. Okay, so you're promoting Little Sisters with this concept art of a Little Sisters that aren't even in the game. for Women's History Month. What kind of insanity is that? That's what hashtag WHM is. This is the most insane thing I think 2K could have possibly done. First of all, not a woman. Little sister would be a little girl. Not history. Bioshock did not happen. It's not real in any way at all. We'll leave the word month alone because I guess this is Women's History Month, but this highlights the stupidity overall of companies like 2K not really caring about their employees, because the real move here obviously would have been to highlight either a woman who has worked in computer science field like Ada Lovelace or well, several other people. You could highlight new people who are still alive, like Lady Ada from Adafruit, which is named, I think, after Lady Ada Lovelace, or the lady who programmed the programming for the mission to the moon. There's several people that could be mentioned. You could even be highlighting like Alan Turing's mother, if you're just going to say mothers of famous people who worked in computer. Or better yet, don't do any of that and highlight your own female employees and hire female employees at 2K for Women's History Month. And say, these are the women that are making history today. Or at the very least, highlight actual women. Like, and that's the inherent. This is just yet another example of the disconnect between reality and fiction that happens when these representation arguments are tried to be made, or these pro-representation statements try to be made in the video game industry. There is no real representation when you make a cartoon female. Which, in all fairness, let's talk about the Little Sisters. They are enslaved. They are brainwashed. They do not have thoughts in their own heads. They are abused and used and straight up murdered in some scenarios. Is this the person that is supposed to be a shining example of what a woman should be, according to 2K? It's a terrible, terrible example. They're not the protagonist of the story, even. It's such a dumb idea. Just don't even put anything out if this is your thought. Stop being so obsessed about promoting a game that came out 15 years ago plus, as far as Bioshock 1, and just do the right thing and promote an actual human being that actually did something. Even if they talked about like Ayn Rand as far as Women's History Month, I completely, for the most part, disagree with everything Ayn Rand has ever written or said. But at a certain level, she's at least a real woman, and her ideas led to people making counter ideas and arguing against her ideas. So at least she got people thinking. Like, at least you could say that much for Ayn Rand. It's so dumb. So dumb. Yeah. But I'm rambling. But that definitely deserves to be pointed out too. I don't think I'm off base. Like, as somebody who wants to definitely support all genders and non-gendered people out there, and is somewhat considers themselves an ally to some extent, or to most extents even, like, I can't just support every dumb, like, slacktivism, social justice warrior message out there. And that's not to say video games can't put out a message of support, but they need to support real people and not just say we've made Alloy from Horizon Zero Dawn fat, so we're now representing other body types and being more realistic, and like that doesn't help any real world person. It'd be better if they just gave money to charities. That would be the much better thing for 2K, is to say, hey, we just donated this much to this charity. We're going to obviously use that as a tax write-off. And that's all we really are going to say about it. Like, but it's cheaper to have some insane person, for lack of a better description, run our Twitter account. And I thought Twitter was supposed to be dying, and yet it doesn't seem like it's that dead. It doesn't seem like people are replacing it with anything else. There definitely was opportunity for somebody to swoop in and try and make a competitor. There's a lot of opportunity for like Google or YouTube to swoop in and make a Twitter competitor. Or even Facebook to make a new website by a different name and it'd be a Twitter competitor. It's a little surprising Facebook doesn't do that, where they don't separate out more of their services, like the Twitter stories, Twitter Instagram feeds, and all of that. Like, instead of integrating that, break that out and have separate websites that also have the same data. So if you only want to look at the Twitter videos, you go to a different site than just like Facebook. Yeah, if what I'm saying is making sense. Yeah, I'm surprised Facebook doesn't separate out its offerings as far as Facebook videos and Instagram photos and things like that, where there's 5 different websites you could go to, or you could just go to Facebook and see everything. It would be redundant, certainly, but redundancy might actually work. If there was a books.amazon.com, for instance, instead of just amazon.com, that might be helpful. Moving on, I think I am pretty much going to just always highlight everything Censored Gaming does. I feel like very much Censored Gaming needs somebody else in charge of it. The person in charge of it, I think, does have passion, but I think he also just doesn't have the funding or the skills to run a website called Censored Gaming, or a YouTube channel called Censored Gaming by himself. But he does have this video. Persona 5X is changing the designs of iconic demons. And also Nintendo has blocked one of his videos for talking about how they censored Fire Emblem Engage, or the fan translation of Fire Emblem Engage. So yeah, he should probably fight that on grounds of it being news reporting. And that's in particular why I think he needs a team, a company behind him, willing to fight the likes of Nintendo, which is a big people to fight. He also has a video here, 9 Ways Apple has Censored Video Games, and here you can see a NES Zapper on what I assume this is a Rooster Teeth game, because there's a rooster and teeth, and then instead they have a bat here. I wouldn't be surprised if the Zapper again involves Nintendo. But yeah, censorship still happening. I guess the question to ask here is, are we as done as we're going to be? The problem here is in 2 days this event wraps around, and I'm I'm almost certainly not getting to Diamond. I did the solo stories quest, and it unlocked another solo stories quest. Yeah. So I should have waited till the exact last day to do the solo stories, or it's just going to give me a daily quest to do more solo stories. So, yeah, as far as the daily quest, with 1 day left, I have to destroy 1 card, Fusion Pendulum, Link Summon a monster, and Duel in solo story mode 3 times. And then log in. We may get 1 more login, but we're going to lose this 20. And then watch a duel live. So the best thing I could do here is sweep into this and just find some of this other single story stuff that I've already done and just play in solo mode. Right. Finding the extra time to do these solo mode stuff is also definitely a issue where there really is just not enough time to be playing as much Yu-Gi-Oh! As they want you to play. And see, to try to be fair here, here's an example of 2K, exact same company, highlighting people that seem to actually work in 2K. So why have this be merged into why be merged into a single post with 4 people when you could have separated this out into 4 posts, and you literally could have done this 1 person each time. This is interesting as somebody who worked in IT, that 2K has a director of IT service delivery. I don't know what that really means, per se. Is that just the customer support or the internal customer support at 2K? But it's interesting to see anybody in IT that's female at all. That tends not to be the case. And then you hear you have a senior manager of GTM planning for 2K. Then you hear you have a director of IT support, site support Americas, which again, I suspect this is stuff being labeled as IT when it's really a level 1 IT type customer support thing. Password resets, my email's not working stuff. Like, I'm not trying to cut down any of these people, but frankly, male or female, this person looks too pretty to be in IT. Too tan. This person, again, looks too pretty to be in IT, as it were. Too tan, too well groomed, and just not the general slob stereotype you would expect for people who would be doing the heavy lifting as far as I'm supporting the servers, and not physical heavy lifting as so much as just supporting servers, running Linux, building out the programming stuff too. But yeah, and this is a QA tester, so in all fairness, that may not be that much of a position or even a permanent position. But that being said, you could put one of these posts out for 4 weeks straight for Women's History Month instead of doing this. And this happened after that. So maybe they actually got some pushback, because obviously there's a lot more visual polish on this presentation than this, where as far as these images go. Like, this is take a picture, split it vertically pretty poorly, have a color gradient and a logo and some giant quotation marks and some generic text. Whereas this is, let's have a much better background gradient type display, have an artsy fartsy cutout background with some artsy fartsy lines, you have the text in a box, you have a drop shadow and an outline and a highlight with all this text. And see, they were doing some of that in all fairness before, but it's not really a lot of women that they're highlighting. Or you look into the women generally are probably underrepresented at 2K in pretty much anywhere. See, if anything, it feels like they just wanted to highlight BioShock Infinite once again, and that would have been fine to have just done that and highlight their games like that. So yeah, it definitely seems like this was a campaign to do visuals, and somewhere the wires got crossed and they decided the little sister should be involved in Women's History Month. Just bad decision, which probably highlights that the person in charge of 2K's Twitter feed is just a bad person to be in charge of it. Now I'm playing solo here, so in this case I can literally take all the time I want, which does present an interesting argument as far as will I play better if I take all the time I want, because I may or I may not actually do better. I suppose for the accountability section too, I should throw out there that I am watching Shadow and Bone Season 2. It definitely comes off as a young adult novel type story. Let's see, do I want to activate this? I don't think I have a choice anyways. And boy, can you play a lot faster when you are playing against the computer. Animations just pop. You're not waiting for somebody to confirm or counter in every move. We have someone on the chat called Dark FF saying hi bro. So I also wanted to mention that there was a lot of push, certainly, or pushback, I think, around Ashley being her outfit being a little bit more subtle, like de-sexified, for lack of a term, I suppose, would be a way to do it. It didn't seem like there was too much a complaint to that. Now I have finally started to see, as far as the Resident Evil 4 remake, some coverage covering the later parts of the game. Ashley feels like she is much more of a character. Her being brainwashed and controlled by Sadler is, I think, much more of a thing now. Almost every character in the original game has been given a lot more story and background, and that no longer are you having characters just pop in and pop out when necessary. There is definitely speculation that the Ada Wong stuff is going to be DLC added later. Probably paid DLC, unlike the Mercenaries which I think is going to be free DLC. Can I activate this effect one more time? Apparently so. But they really have rewritten Ashley in particular to be not really a object of desire for any of the players, and really only kept Dark FF is asking, what game are you playing? I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and I'll leave it at that. Like, yeah. Yeah, Ada is really the only one that it seems like Leon would actually flirt with, whereas the lady on the radio has apparently been rewritten to just be all professionalism, and Leon's not going to flirt with her, and Ashley's not going to flirt with Leon, so the whole game has just been less thirsty than the silly goofiness of the original Resident Evil 4, which is a sign of shifting times, certainly, in that the original intent of the game, and that it was supposed to be in line with the silliness of Resident Evil 2 and Jill Sandwich and all that terrible writing that was done on purpose to balance out the horror. All that has been abandoned now for pure seriousness all the time, and that there's just no more comedy to it. And for the most part, that's just the way Resident Evil remakes are going, is that the series is taking itself very seriously, even in the fact that it is ridiculous monsters that you're shooting. And okay, that's the tone that the new people in charge, the Capcom in general, the corporation of Capcom, as said, seems to be interested in. That being said, I am winding up to the fact that there definitely are some fans out there who are not fans of that, and games have only become easier to mod. So I saw this Facebook post as far as the Thick Ashley mod, in which they've put Ashley in this leather get-up, and yeah. Previously we also had just full-on mods for Resident Evil 2 and 3, but yeah, you can definitely see there are some thick thighs and thick buns on this character as she's going through the sequence here. I'm not going to bother to show the full sequence, but yeah, regardless to say, I'm not sure if they've actually modified the character model here or if they've just modified the clothing textures. There is definitely something to be said around the idea of scary games and being vulnerable in your underwear, or in leather dominatrix underwear in this case. You can notice when she's crawling here that the camera is still the camera that has been programmed, so it definitely zoomed right over her shoulders, so it wasn't in any way coming up her skirt. This sequence, ignoring the costume mod change here, has significantly been changed and is larger as a section. Some of the recharacterizations and changes, not to spoil much, definitely create a situation where the story is different and plays a lot differently. than, let's skip back a little bit here, than the first game. She has something on her necklace, but I couldn't read it. And here you can see Leon has been changed, and his outfit has been modded too. There definitely was a YouTuber that MXMR definitely was trying to highlight more of these types of mods, which, yeah, most of these are on Nexus mods, and these types of mods exist for a lot of games, because there definitely is an audience out there that would prefer to make the game a little bit more silly. As a video game critic, I wouldn't play a game with this kind of mod on as the first playthrough or the first run, but on the third, fourth, fifth run, if I was playing a game multiple times, I could see doing a mod like that. Here in this case, you can also see how they've changed Ada Wong, who obviously does show up in the game, but they've changed her outfit into this red sweater instead of the red Chinese dress, and it is considerably less interesting at that point, in the sense that they've desexified her as a character. And almost certainly you will have a mod that puts her back in the red dress, and that's a mod I could potentially agree with a little bit more. Arguably, the original creators of the original Resident Evil 4's intent was to have her in a red dress, not this long red sweater. And then the suggestions here on the Facebook videos are immediately a Resident Evil remake parody, which was sexy, and like, can you look up Ashley's skirt? In the main game, in the original game, yes, you could do a little bit of that, not a lot, and the game would actually recognize when you were looking up her skirt, and Ashley would yell at you for it. So yeah, the point, I suppose, mostly there is that it exists, and there is an audience still that are in demand for that kind of content, that enough that somebody would bother to make a mod. There's at least one person that big of a fan willing to make a mod. Let's see if we can pull this off better. I don't think I did this quite right, but I think I can adjust by doing this. I don't know if there's ever a value in selecting more material when I can select more material. I added this new card, and I'm not sure this new card actually is useful. Yeah. Now we'll just see what this guy plays. Just go ahead and cancel that so we don't get any more prompts. I guess with YouTube family friendliness, something like the Thick Ashley mod is probably not something I would play, could play ever. And in all fairness, it's not really the kind of mod I would look for. It is, I guess, on the scales of adult mods you might go for. it's more interesting than just a full nude. The full nude mod is where they're just like totally naked, and you're just seeing like basically hardcore porn at that point, lower and upper genitalia being exposed. That gets boring and bland, and plus the story is just not going to be written around that. So the potential scariness around like being nude around a bunch of zombies dropping blood and guts all over you will just never really be addressed well. Um, so having them in some kind of outfit, but it's slightly more fetishized type outfit, makes a little bit more sense. So I would say yes, the leather underwear. Although in Ashley's case, I never really felt like she was a controlling type personality. She's written very much as more of a timid and meek personality, to the point where I don't think she would be a subordinate or a dominant in a sub-dom type relationship. Like, I think she would be totally ignorant of those types of relationships whatsoever. So I wouldn't put her particularly in black leather. Maybe you would go with like black lacy underwear if you're going for more of a fetish outfit. But honestly, you look at the color palette of what she's wearing, orange and green, you would probably go closer to like a college schoolgirl type outfit for her. Something more revealing in that way. But by far, the much better mod to use would be a mod that just makes her look like the way she looked in the original game. Like, we know from the upskirt shots she was just wearing standard like white panties, so you would kind of expect that, and just a green skirt and a orange sweater, and that's it. There is still a bigger and better mod as far as what mods would I really put on Resident Evil 4, which would just improve the visuals of the face of Ashley and Leon in the first place. Because Ashley, yeah, she looks way older and way uglier than she did in the first game, in the original Resident Evil 4. Like, they have made her look like she has been under the influence of the Las Plagas for a lot longer, and I think that is storyline intentional. Whereas she definitely looked more like a bright and cherry, like, college girl. Perhaps a little bit even skinnier in the original game. Let's see if I can actually pull up some visuals here as far as old Ashley RE4. Just type that in. Alright. So, yeah. Here you have Ashley here, just eyes drawn, and she's got a gun. She doesn't even have a gun in the original game. And just this kind of darker blonde hair. And then you compare that to the Ashley of the old, and it's just like, the face is maybe just slightly skinnier, but you definitely have more life behind the eyes, and just in general, I guess because it's less detail, it looks better, certainly. But yeah, this looks like more of a cartoony type college girl, where this looks like someone who has lived a hard life in the in their mid 25s, early 30s. It's a big difference, and that's certainly not to touch upon like the extra outfits that you unlock in the original game that then put her in like fancier type looking clothes. I don't know if that actually is an extra outfit you can unlock or if that's a mod, but I know this one is, but showing a lot more cleavage in this outfit. So yeah, here's another example of what the outfit in the original game went with. More of a party girl, college girl feeling. It just doesn't seem like that's likely to be the case compared for the new Ashley. If in part of the reason is because they face scanned a real person for the new Ashley, and I think that was a mistake. If anything, I think this is probably a great example of where even if you get the most pretty model you can possibly get and face scan them, that technology is just not there, and it's just not what's expected visually in video games. Not when I think of video games, at least. I am still very much coming from the perspective of I want video games to be based off of an evolution from 8-bit Mario up to 30, 40 years now in the future, where that 8-bit Mario has jumped to 3D at one point, and then 3D has just been getting better and better, but it's always been an artist creating an animation. It's not been a photo camera scanning in a real person. We need to do one more for the solo mode challenge. So yeah, I definitely am still in the category where even when you're doing 3D CGI realistic graphics, I definitely want it to be a painter using a digital paintbrush to make a cartoony style depiction of somebody, even if you are doing it somewhat realistic, more than I want it to be just a scan of a real world person. Almost certainly Mona Lisa did not look like the way she was painted 100%, and that is the problem with this face scanning technology. Is either it's doing a very poor job to represent the people, or it's doing too good of a job to represent the people. And certainly, if you think about it, very few, I won't even gender it, very few humans are 100% without exception happy with the way they look. And if they were given the skill and the time and the energy, they would go into a Photoshop like application and modify the way they look. So it's only in line with every single like video filter or picture filter that people put on their selfies that video games would be in the exact same level of need for that, in that there should be some artist touch-up work done to any face scanning. There is also certainly an argument that the way things have been modeled, just background objects, tables, chairs, walls, all of them may have been modeled around skinnier or differently animated in some way characters, to the point where there is just something slightly off on the scale of a 3D scanned human in a world where everything else is a little bit more narrow or a little bit shorter. In particular, if you have, say, sinks that are designed at the height of an average Japanese person, because all the sinks in Capcom games are made by Japanese people, then a 6 foot tall person would stand out quite a bit next to a sink that is 3.5 feet high. Let's see if we can pull this off. Anyways, this will be our last game. We almost have gone 2 hours now. Let's start going through the news, the regular news that I don't have anything to rant on. Nintendo of Europe is offering a free 7-day trial of Switch Online. Video Games Chronicle being a UK-based website. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom is getting a new 10-minute gameplay video this week. It's on Tuesday, so that should have happened, but I didn't hear any real coverage on it so far. The Multiversus Open Beta is going offline in June ahead of its launch in 2024. So it seems like it almost was a true beta in the sense that now they're shutting things down to start all over again. That being said, I haven't heard amazingly large amounts of praise for Multiversus. I think as a concept, maybe there's an idea there, but I'm not sure that there's enough polish, and I kind of get the feeling that it is potentially an example of them trying to run before they learn to walk, and them having a lot of WB having a lot of microtransactions in Multiversus instead of just focusing in on that they should really just be focusing on being better, a better competitor to Smash Brothers, which I seriously doubt Multiversus really is going to be much of a competition to Smash Brothers, even in this time when Smash Brothers is really not doing much. See if I summon that, though I can't activate this, so I don't really need to activate this anyways. I should do the solo mode stuff. As far as destroying cards, I may not have accomplished any progress on that, and as far as Fusion, XYZ, and such, I may have not accomplished any of that. Yeah. Fusion, Pendulum, Link summoning 3 times, and destroying a card. So, I probably should just play offline to try and get those 2 daily quests done. That'll get me another 80 crystals, which we're probably in a pretty good position as far as crystals go. Here we could edit this. Let's see. We had new things we unlocked. These file as icons, but I don't really care about them. I don't know if we've unlocked too much special there. I don't know if we've got anything special here where you'd want to change. Then we unlock this. So we can change that. And if anything, that is kind of a nice looking artwork. It's subtle and you don't really have to understand where it's coming from to say that looks nice. Whereas having Dark Magician is more traditional as far as Yu-Gi-Oh! Goes. Alright, let's see if I can do that and see if that turns on the blur. Yes. So we'll just talk about the news. I didn't see a need to use the blur on the Thick Ashley mod though, so there was no actual nudity there, and I was fairly certain of that. Bethesda apparently is hosting an all-night Redfall movie marathon in London. The Lost Boys, Salem Let the Right One In, 30 Days of Night, and Only Lovers Left Alive. I haven't heard of that one. As far as movies, are all of these about vampires though? I don't know if Sam's Lot is about vampires, but it does probably point to some bad promotion if you're trying to convince people to go watch a movie marathon. Let's just assume everything is 2 hours. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10-hour movie marathon instead of having people actually play your game or in any way do anything actually connected to your game. The early reviews I've seen of Redfall in its kind of early access by mainstream video game journalists are not good. In a lot of ways, the complaints of the AI being bad in Deathloop seem to be exactly the same in Redfall. The enemies just run towards you, and that the overall gameplay is seemingly just boring, for lack of a better term. And that was another complaint with Deathloop. Deathloop got highly promoted, and then I don't feel like it sold very well. If anything, it almost got down to the point as far as Deathloop where it felt like mainstream video game journalists were gaslighting the average game player into trying to make them believe that Deathloop was selling well and doing well, but I never really felt like that was the case. Whereas we're seeing almost the exact opposite situation now, where Redfall is being promoted far too little, very possibly because they know, Bethesda knows it's not going to sell that well. I hate to ever make the claim, but this may be the point really where I think it's Arcane Software. This might be the point where Arcane would be better off being broken up. If anything, it also maybe is a case that companies should be broken up and the employees should be sent to other departments, and then maybe Arcane Software could be reformed with new programmers at a later date. Because even game to game, you have the possibility that a lot of people who worked at Arcane for, say, Deathloop aren't still there working on Redfall. And so having a company name behind it doesn't really mean that much. And at some point, yes, Microsoft owning Bethesda, owning ZeniMax, it does make a lot of sense that they would start to tighten the belt and either move employees around to be nice, or just fire employees, or at least restructure things, because it does definitely feel like Arcane Software is a subsidiary of Bethesda, or Bethesda Publishing is publishing this Arcane Software sister product, and ZeniMax is the parent company of both Bethesda and Arcane, and Microsoft is the parent company of ZeniMax. That's just way too many steps on the management ladder to have for no good reason. I don't know what you really do to fix Redfall other than I just get it out there, get it cheap, maybe have it be a free-to-play thing, really commit to it and support it. Microsoft doesn't own anything like a League of Legends or an Overwatch game, so them supporting Redfall for now for potentially a Halo themed type game later that would be a competitor to Overwatch, or you think as to why Halo wouldn't work alone, and maybe you have Halo type characters and Redfall type characters and other characters from other Microsoft owned companies all in the same kind of Overwatch world, Fortnite type world. It really should be a battle royale game between all the companies that Microsoft owns that they should be working towards, or a Smash Brothers type game. This was a big twist, and it only got worse. Ubisoft is no longer attending E3 and will host its own event in June. The company says it's decided to move in a different direction. This almost was like the next big domino to fall, because two other companies came out and made the exact same announcement, which I don't know how much of this you blame on the PAX event company, but I think some of the blame almost certainly has to fall on them. Like they didn't bend over backwards to keep these companies coming as an event. And so now whatever E3 is, it definitely feels like it's going to be much closer to a PAX event, in that it's going to be for gamers to hang out and potentially play small indie games more than for industry people to come together and see presentations of the new AAA games, which that may be better for what E3 should be anyways, but this is going to be a difficult transition. This is weird. You see this screenshot. This is probably from some presentation years ago that doesn't have any connection to this, but there is just this one person facing the other direction in the photo. And in all fairness, this is a little weird anyways, just to have this guy might have a camera there, I don't know, but just to have this many people on stage. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says the Resident Evil 4 remake of Separate Ways DLC plans may have been uncovered. Data mines have reportedly found references to Ada Wong content. Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense that Assignment Ada and Separate Ways would come out in some format. Like, it would be very weird that the remake left that on the cutting room floor. Although, in all fairness, they have done that with a lot of the side content. They've also, however, and this is something that may be a slight spoiler, they've taken what was a side game that I've never even heard of that came out after Resident Evil 4 that gave more of a backstory as far as how Krauser and Leon met and how they worked together. They've taken almost, it seems, all of that story and remastered that into RE4. So now it is very much a case that Krauser has a lot more backstory, and the relationship between Leon and Krauser is definitely explained a lot more, whereas in the original Resident Evil 4 it was just something they teased and hinted at just to make some quips and jokes around, where there is actually some story there. So it's not like they've 100% gotten rid of all the side contents, but they have gotten rid of some of it. They are in the remasters, ignoring Resident Evil 1 as a true remaster and just expecting you to play the remake of well, no, it's the exact opposite. They're ignoring the idea of remaking Resident Evil 1, seemingly. They're always going to do that, and expecting you to play the remaster of Resident Evil 1. Then they remade 2 and 3, but they're ignoring any like Code Veronica side quests and things like that. And they did leave off playing as like Hunk and Tofu and things like that, more of the sillier stuff in RE2 and RE3 remakes. But Separate Ways and Assignment Ada are somewhat serious. And I feel like the Separate Ways story is important to tell, otherwise you're going to have a case where Ada Wong is just not going to really exist in the remake universe at all, and I don't think they want that to happen. It's still very much a question as to what they're going to do with Resident Evil 5 and 6, and to get back to Resident Evil 7, that's going to be the real struggle still, but they're figuring it out pretty well, it seems. I wouldn't be surprised if the Separate Ways and Assignment Ada as content actually gets merged together in such a way that it's one story and one experience, because there really isn't a great argument to have two DLCs with Ada Wong. And maybe it will just be Separate Ways and not Assignment Ada, because Assignment Ada really was more of a timed challenge thing, much closer to Mercenaries mode than anything else. And some of the content certainly added to RE4 was added as just a afterthought to sell more copies of RE4 on new consoles and new as new versions of the game were trying to be made to differentiate themselves from the old versions. But yeah, the Separate Ways is the story, so almost certainly we're getting Separate Ways. Maybe not Assignment Ada. Apparently, Tony Hawk considered backing another skating game before signing with Activision. If Activision maybe have called me a month or two later, I might have already inked a deal. Which, okay, sure, I'm sure that was always on his thought, on his mind. It is very revisionist history, though, to think that it would have gone any better, or try to even make an argument it would have gone any better. Let's see. If I was going to say best case scenario, Tony Hawk, instead of signing with Activision in the heyday of Activision, in which it was the biggest company or one of the biggest companies during that time, if he had instead signed with Nintendo, you would have probably gotten some GameCube or Nintendo 64 Tony Hawk games that would have been incredibly low polygon but popular enough. That being said, over the long term, then Tony Hawk would have always been known as this low polygon game showing up on the Wii, the Wii U, and the Switch even. Even now, if Nintendo had a still going, after many years, contract with Tony Hawk making skating games, the graphics would be pretty terrible. So, throw Nintendo out at the time that he would have signed with Activision. What are your other big choices? It would pretty much have to be a third-party thing. Microsoft at that time, I don't think even had the Xbox out, but if it did, it would have been just the original Xbox and nothing else. So that would have been a bad deal. Signing with Sony potentially would have made some sense. Sony definitely could have funded the development of skating games over and over again. In that alternate universe, yes, then I suppose there would probably be Tony Hawk games coming out for the PS3, PS4, PS5, and they would have looked pretty good and probably played pretty good too. They almost certainly would use some tilt mechanics in the controllers and feel or play a little bit differently. And we might even have PlayStation VR Tony Hawk games coming out. Inherently, Sony doesn't have a lot of franchises, so having skating potentially could have been very helpful for them. So that probably would have been a better scenario if Sony was interested. I'm not sure Sony was. Otherwise, you might have been signing with somebody like THQ, which that probably would have had a bunch of low quality games made around that, where Sony would have been better quality games. But I don't know if I could really name anybody else. Like EA, potentially. Rockstar, potentially. If Rockstar and GTA were big enough at that point, it would be interesting, I suppose, if Rockstar had a skating game to balance out their releases with GTA, there probably would then be a Tony Hawk GTA Online equivalent. I don't think he's going to say who he would have signed the contract with. Inherently, I think part of the problem is that there's a lot of fandom, particularly around mainstream video game journalists, around the Tony Hawk Skate series, and it's not 100% undue, but it may be a little bit too hyped. There's a lot of California people are mainstream video game journalists, so a lot of California people would have been out on California sidewalks skating or in California drain pools skating, whereas people who don't live in California and not that big into skating versus, say, skiing in the more icy places or water skiing in the more watery places, skateboard skating is very much urban in mild climates as a fad. But yeah, I think inherently it is a sports game. It is a niche game. It's not NFL. It's not FIFA. It's never going to be as big as a sports game as NFL or FIFA. 2K potentially having a skating game would have made some sense. I think they even tried that and then gave up on it, though. I think skating is just kind of a niche experience. And honestly, skating is probably an experience everybody should try and do in the real world versus playing in a video game. That becomes also a issue. Personally, I can say the Tony Hawk game I liked the most that I've played, and I've probably only played 2, is Downhill Jam, which is an arcade skatey game that isn't actually really about skating and is like horribly panned by reviewers because all you are doing in Downhill Jam is waggling the Wiimote and mashing buttons, and that's what I enjoyed about it, is the idea of a arcadey button masher type experience. Whereas most like biking skating games that I have played are too technical, and they enter the realm of being like fighting games where you actually have to plan things out and load in inputs and really know what the combinations are instead of button mashing. Moving on, the BioWare veteran Mark Dara and Mass Effect team are helping finish Dragon Age 4. EA says the studio has been taking its time to get the next Dragon Age right for fans. I hope that's true. I hope this isn't a case where they've added more people to the team because it's not going well, but almost certainly that is what's happening. Hopefully Dragon Age 4 is as good as it can be, because that's what I want for all games. Let's see. The worm has potentially turned here. The Sony of California, in particular, Jim Ryan, has been trying to scuttle Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. They've been trying to ruin the possibility of that. Meanwhile, now U.S. members of Congress are accusing Sony of blatant anti-competitive conduct in Japan. Now, I don't know what the actual anti-competitive conduct in Japan is. But a lot of that certainly would be in like secret negotiations between the publishers and developers of games. So inherently, Sony has claimed that Microsoft's merger would create a monopoly. Now US Congress members are going, well, tit for tat, you've got this monopoly in Japan. And the subheadline here they're saying is that Sony's exclusivity deals are designed to keep Japanese games off of Xbox. Now, you can't deny that Xbox is just not selling in Japan. There's 200-300 Xboxes sold for every week in Japan compared to 20,000-30,000 PlayStation 5s being sold in Japan. Now, how much of this is really just Japanese people knowing Sony and wanting to support their own company? There is this inherent xenophobia, I suppose, that happens in shopping, or patriotism, if you want to say that, call it patriotism, when it comes to shopping. So there is a whole made in the US concept. In Japan, there is, I'm sure, a made in Japan concept. Although, certainly in the last few years since Jim Ryan's been in charge, Sony Interactive Entertainment very much is a US company. It's in Japanese clothing, pretending to be a Japanese company. Yes, Sony as a parent company is Japanese, but it's definitely being run by Sony of California these days. And inherently, we have to point out that Sony's censorship has created a war situation, and their monopolistic power, whether they are trying to have that or not, has created more censorship as far as Japanese games, either not coming to the West at all or coming to the West in the PS5 in censored forms, sometimes even being censored in the Japanese version of the game. So, yeah. And this is a Democratic Senator, Maria Cantwell, making the claims. I wouldn't be surprised if these are talking points that Microsoft has handed to the senators, but it's somewhat of a good argument for Microsoft to point out and push, as Microsoft says, yeah, we definitely are not really competing. So there was a Senate Finance Committee hearing on Thursday, talking to the U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai to raise the issue with Japan during trade talks. Cantwell's claim is supported by two letters, one from a Republican members of Congress and the other from 6 Democrats, which also call on Tai and Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo to take action. So it seems like, 4 Republicans, 6 Democrats, and 1 more Democrat. So there are 50 senators in Congress, and you've gotten the attention of 11 of them on this point. The accusation being made is that Sony deliberately makes exclusivity deals with third-party publishers that are designed to ensure Xbox doesn't gain a foothold in Japan. Xbox definitely hasn't gained a foothold in Japan. I'm told that Sony controls a monopoly of 98% of the high-end gaming market, yet Japan's government has allowed Sony to engage in blatant anti-competitive conduct through exclusive deals and payments to game publishers. And in all fairness, even if the Japanese government did step in and stop some of these actions, it would be so traditional in the Japanese culture that these Japanese companies would not put out Xbox versions of games anyways, just because they don't want to offend the Sony. But yeah, the numbers definitely are overwhelming. 98% of the market pays third-party publishers not to make their game content available on Xbox, and systematically negotiates exclusivity arrangements that keep most popular games in Japan off Xbox. Which we definitely have seen that too, where there are Xbox versions of games outside of Japan, and yet they're not Xbox versions of those same games in Japan. It would be, I think, literally ironic if in Sony Interactive Entertainment, Sony of California's effort to hurt Microsoft's merger plans, that somehow the US influences Japan's government to take action against Sony and break it up. There definitely is an argument that Sony Interactive Entertainment should be broken up from Sony in general, like the movie divisions of Sony and the TV selling and the electronic selling division of Sony. All of that should probably be different types of companies. The Asian way of doing business, in which you have multiple companies in multiple different industries is probably not a good way to do business. You run into the things like South Korea, where it seems like somewhere around 90%, if I was to guess, of everybody in South Korea has a job that is influenced or directly is employed by Samsung. That is not what you want. It's ridiculous that Samsung sells electronics in Korea, but they also have 7-Eleven style convenience stores, and they sell, I think, insurance and just like Samsung, I think, cars. Like, I couldn't even begin to list all the different industries that Samsung is in. But yeah, the idea of big businesses around multiple industries is no better than big businesses monopolizing even one industry. And if Sony Interactive Entertainment, if the PlayStation division was its own company, it would probably have to work a lot harder to do a lot better for consumers, instead of relying heavily on the war chest that Sony can offer it to basically just pay for exclusives and have a few exclusives that that you have to buy a PS5 for. Now, on top of this is the perfect time to also mention that The Last of Us Part 1 was released on Steam, and it is getting horribly panned for a terrible, crashy, buggy experience. It asks you to preload renders, and it takes somewhere between 30 minutes and 2 hours to pre-render the shaders. If it takes 2 hours, then the game would have been running for 2 hours, and then you're outside of the window of the 2 hour no questions asked refund policy if you find the game to be crashy on top of that. I've heard it take somewhere around 4 hours on the Steam Deck to try and pre-render the shaders. Them selling it like it would run perfectly on the Steam Deck, I think at this point is completely inaccurate. They at one point said Joel would look amazing on Steam. Joel visually does not look good, and there's just like a lot of problems technically happening here. Remember now, while I point this out, and we'll probably talk about that a little bit more later, that one of the accusations, and it almost feels like projecting at this point, that one of the accusations Sony said to either the UK or the EU trying to stop the Microsoft Activision Blizzard merger was that potentially Microsoft would put out a buggier version of Call of Duty on the PlayStation. Well, that definitely feels like projection, or the pot calling the kettle black at this point, now that Sony has actively put out a terrible port on PC. And this isn't even really the first time this has happened. There's been a couple of really bad ports on PC that were once Sony exclusives, which just highlights how the Sony PlayStation programming is not as good as far as developing a game that you want to be able to put on any other platform. Even the PlayStation 6 is probably going to be considerably difficult to port PS5 games to the PS5 6, if history is any telling of future possibilities. But yeah, there have been a couple of successful ports, definitely, that were really good on PC, and arguably maybe they get fixed eventually. But right now, if you were super hyped, if you pre-ordered Last of Us Part 1 on Steam, you are not having a good experience. I also want to ask, before we move off from the story, is this the appropriate screenshot for Video Games Chronicles to use? I don't think it is, because this is Final Fantasy, this is Square Enix, so unless there was something specifically in this article talking about how Sony paid Square Enix to make it an exclusive. Yeah, down here. One of the most notable examples was the company's ties with Square Enix, which has seen Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy XVI excluded from Xbox. But I don't feel like that's the best screenshot to use, even if that is an example, because this definitely implies that you're talking about Square Enix being blatantly anti-competitive, which arguably they are if they signed onto that deal. But it's just not the main focus here. It would probably be a lot better to just have a generic picture of somebody like doing something greedy and bad, or just put Sony PlayStation logo on the screen. Maybe you put a nice artwork there where they're in the corner or they're in trouble, or you have a picture of a congresswoman yelling at somebody on Congress, and then you have the Sony picture in front of it and go a little meme there. Dark FF says, "Hey bro, I have a challenge for you." I don't do challenges. Like, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Like, everybody's always asking me to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Or trying to get me to change what I'm doing. Right now, in particular, I've got no time for that. I'm really far behind. 2 hours and 26 minutes into the stream. We got a ton of news to go through. So let's move on. In contrast to that, Japan's competition regulator has approved Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard. The Japanese Federal Trade Commission, I assume is what FTC stands for, said the deal would not substantially restrain competition, which, particularly in Japan, which is really their only purview that they would be concerned with, that is totally the case. Yeah. I doubt there's very high percentages of people that own Xboxes. I know there's very small percentages of people that actually own Xbox consoles in Japan, but I don't even think Call of Duty is particularly that big in Japan. Apparently, the GameCube and Wii emulator Dolphin is coming to Steam. The software will also support the Steam Deck, its developer says. This would be the second major emulator that I know of that would get its own Steam page. It is seemingly not going to be part of RetroArch, which, okay, that definitely makes some sense. Take note that all of these screenshots are of like custom made games, so you're not seeing any Nintendo copyrighted imagery or content on any of this. Dolphin is an emulator for Big N's 6th and 7th generation consoles, featuring enhancements such as increased resolution, save states, and net play. So yeah, this is potentially a way to do this. I imagine Dolphin in particular is just not really programmed in such a way that it ever is going to easily be integrated into RetroArch, which is really what you would want, and eventually I imagine somebody will port it into that. So yeah, let's probably make a YouTube short around that. Dolphin emulator, I think, is relevant enough for this. But yeah, particularly being able to play games on the Steam Deck makes it a little less necessary to own the Switch once the Switch stops being a thing, really. Which, yeah. At a certain level, if a Switch Switch 2 comes out, I saw slick deals for the Switch OLED model being on sale. But yeah, if a Switch 2 comes out and it's not really backward compatible for Switch games, then having a Steam Deck and a Dolphin emulator is really your only option. Otherwise, you have also a case where you would just want to be able to play all your games on the same device. Steam probably will not say anything about this as long as they don't put any Nintendo stuff on there. Nintendo will probably try and take this down. The good news is Steam and Valve actually don't have as much of a reason to just take things down like YouTube does. I imagine there is potentially a contract that is indemnifying, is the phrase, Valve and Steam from any lawsuits. So I imagine the Dolphin emulator will stay up and it'll be the next big thing. It's also, I guess, worth pointing out here, because I was making a bad example, or wasn't I? Dolphin only handles GameCube and Wii games. It does not support, I guess, Wii U or Switch games. That must be a different emulator I'm thinking of. So in that example, it's not even a competitor to Switch at all. This is literally for old games that you pretty much cannot play at all at this point. There are some Wii games, I'm sure, that are on the eShop for the Nintendo Switch, but I don't think there are any GameCube games on the Nintendo eShop emulation. And certainly it wouldn't be a complete collection at that point. So, yeah. It is a little bit of a shame, though, that it is not in RetroArch, because it would make a lot more sense for it just to be in RetroArch. Let's move on, though. You still would have to adjust for the Wii mote quite a bit. Like, you're not going to be able to play a Wii game using Wiimote controls, which is going to make the vast majority of Wii games actually terrible to play. A lot of Wii games were garbage anyways, but there definitely were some good ones. Generally speaking, both for GameCube and Wii, but more for Wii than anything, Nintendo first-party games are the ones you want to play in Wii, and everything else is a question mark as to whether it's worth playing or not. There's Video Games Chronicle says Kit Bash's Model Club is the latest game from Kerbal Space Program's creator. This is not the company that bought Kerbal Space Program and is somewhat failing to release Kerbal Space Program 2. The PC title is about building and destroying model vehicles, which is ambitious, certainly, in that you can see remote controlled cars, planes, boats. I guess the real question here is just how detailed it is. There's also a model figurine character that was broken. There is definitely an argument to be made, model rockets also, that model kits are fairly expensive. Now, I would recommend every kid do at least one model kit in the real world and say, here's something physical that I actually put together and built, but it wouldn't be a terrible thought, certainly, to play a game like this, to work up towards that idea and see how well they like it. Most remote controlled things are also kind of boring after a while for their price. Having a remote controlled car can certainly be very popular, but there's a lot of expense to it, and a lot of maintenance and repair and putting things together right. But yeah, as a video game, it does have a kind of unique niche appeal. It probably is a game, though, that would be something you would want to get really cheap and hope it doesn't have a ton of DLC. But honestly, it's almost a game that needs a ton of DLC to support it, because there aren't that many people that are going to buy a game like this. And I could see certainly starting off with just a couple of models of airplanes, rockets, vehicles, and boats, and then DLC or season pass to add more models and more DLC. Yep. I did have an idea for like a tabletop game to teach kids about electrical wiring. Not really young kids, obviously. It would be like middle school or high school kids. But I don't think I'm actually going to talk about it. As somebody who took an electronics class, this would have been kind of a fun thing to start off with before taking an electronics class or in the first few weeks. But I'm not going to describe it because I may actually build it and probably won't try and sell it, but yeah. And certainly it's my own idea, so it probably sounds a lot better in my head than it does if I actually tried to describe it. Moving on, WWE 2K23's playable John Cena action figure remains US only for now, 2K says. Publisher says it's looking for ways to make it the bizarre unlockable available elsewhere. I don't know why it would specifically only be available in the US, other than perhaps some kind of patent or copyright that doesn't expand outside of the US. I guess if technically this is based off an actual action figure and the actual action figure is only protected in the United States in such a weird way that the digital depiction of the action figure isn't protected outside of the US, that would be weird. I don't know how much you really would want to play as a John Cena action figure, but then inherently I don't know how much you really would want to play a wrestling game in the first place. I imagine if you're looking for something different, this would be a funny thing. Bizarre, I agree with, though. It does definitely look bizarre. Way more bizarre than just your average character. Let's see if we can see it in movement. Yeah. At least the humanoid characters in WWE look decent enough to look humanoid. If anything, it seems like maybe you actually have to physically buy an action figure to unlock it, so it might be a tie-in like that. Yeah, the campaign requires players to buy a physical product from US Walmart stores, so it's Walmart exclusive, which means, yeah, that's the whole deal with it. Is selling an actual figurine in an actual storefront. Moving on, Nintendo did show the 10 minutes of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom gameplay. The new footage shows Link's abilities in detail. I didn't watch it, so doesn't seem like there was anything amazing that they needed to comment on. Looks like you're going to have some kind of airboat ability, and it looks like you're going to be able to swing a big rock around, and these look like new enemies. And yeah, it's just do not have time to sit here and watch a 10-minute Nintendo presentation that would get Content ID claimed. Anyways, gallery here, Nintendo 41 Zelda Tears of the Kingdom screen showing gameplay. I guess we can look at that. Looks like there's new abilities to get you higher. I would assume is what that is an updraft of some sort. New temples, some kind of stick mechanic. a fan blowing you upward, a lot of green glowing stuff. Looks like new enemies, new floating islands, new enemies, floating rocks, maybe a new horse, airboat. Yeah, nothing really knocking my socks off as far as that presentation. It looks fine. If anything, I still don't like the idea of this Zelda being in this technologically advanced world that has these weird small bits of technology, but still very much it feels like a fantasy world with very little connection to the technology. It doesn't seem like any of the humans in Zelda games know how the technology works or have evolved it to much of anything, to the point where it would make sense the technology continued to work or existed in the first place. Moving on, an Xbox Series X Diablo 4 Edition console has seemingly leaked. Yeah, I don't know what specifically you would do other than just put a skin around a Diablo console. Speaking of Microsoft, apparently Microsoft on eBay was selling their controllers for like $30, and if I hadn't just constantly blown my budget on other things, I would have grabbed another controller. Although I don't want to order things via eBay. That was a big part of it too. eBay's just not a company I really want to support. It's too scammy and bad customer service, frankly. PayPal also being an issue, even though it's the same parent company as eBay, even though you don't even use PayPal now, from what I've heard, to buy things on eBay. But yeah, I've also heard though that they've either patented or they're about to announce a new Xbox controller that has a screen on it, very probably a touch screen, to potentially bring up different presets on the controls. It almost certainly, with a screen on it, is not replacing the default core controller. No, it's probably just a even more expensive version of the elite version of the controller. A touchscreen that potentially had just pre-designed buttons on it, like a number 1, 2, 3, and 4, that you touched and just had capacitive sensors on it. Some really cheap touchscreen that couldn't actually change what was being depicted behind it. Not a matrix touchscreen on a core controller. Might be the way to go in the future, but I definitely don't think you can throw the technology and the screen in there and not add. In all reasonableness, it'd probably be about $5 of actual cost, but I wouldn't be surprised if they added $15, $20 to the price tag of a controller if it did have a touchscreen with a matrix display where it could depict specific images on there. Tiny screens are fairly cheap though these days when you're talking 240 by 240 resolution. Nothing big enough that it's going to actually mean much of anything. But we definitely are getting to a point where you can't add more physical gadgets to a controller to help. We need menus and sub-menus to load out different gun loadouts. I still think a mouse wheel might be an interesting idea to add to a controller, but a nub from a mouse, a laptop nub, might be an interesting idea too. But yeah, we're just adding more and more buttons, and arguably we have too many buttons anyways, and there's just too many features in most games to begin with. If they did add a touchscreen though, then that potentially also might allow you to use it like a trackpad on a mouse and play more PC games on Xbox. So I'm kind of excited to see if they actually announce anything like that and what it actually looks like and how it's implemented. Obviously, I'm not particularly excited around a skinned Diablo 4 Xbox console. I could see some people getting behind that, but yeah, it's probably not going to be anything special. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says former Gears of War game design director appointed the vice president of editorial at Ubisoft. Katie Scott also contributed to 4 FIFA games at EA. So we have Katie Scott not being pictured here or here, and not even being named in the actual headline, only making it to the sub headline. You really shouldn't name the person. It should say Katie Scott, parentheses, former Gears of War game design director, or you say former Gears of War game designer Katie Scott, comma, you could go comma, Katie Scott has been appointed, or just appointed VP of editorial at Ubisoft. Now, as far as editorial at Ubisoft, are there problems as far as editorial in Ubisoft? I think so, probably. The story is not particularly great around Far Cry. It wasn't great around the other game I can't even remember the name of as far as that series, and I recognize this. And then you have Assassin's Creed Valhalla, which is good. So it's like one good game and maybe possibly 2 good games, and then 2 bad games as far as just editorial decisions as far as the story and the direction the story goes. That being said, is the story amazing as far as Gears of War? I don't think it's that great. Yeah, here they have a picture of Katie Scott, and yeah, I think that picture should definitely be higher as the headline. Arguably, I can get into the same old of saying this is perhaps not a professional enough picture. Really, any company really should have like professionally made photos of all their employees. Even for your own security, just say on the first day, come in a suit and a tie. Even if you're a woman, come in a power suit, and let's get a picture of that. We'll have your hair done, look as professional as possible. Take that picture on a standard like white background. This definitely looks like they blurred out the background, or she's blurred out the background. The pink hair, it's not natural hair color, so it's not that professional, but I'm not going to complain too much about it. If anything, I think she looks a little bit young for the position, but so I guess good on her for that success. Assuming it really is success, working at Ubisoft at this point, because Ubisoft definitely has a lot of problems, and French people in general are definitely not happy with just their working situations at the moment either. It's still on strike, last I heard, after the president raised the retirement age on them. Let's see. Microsoft has announced red and blue Xbox Elite Series 2 controllers. They're available for pre-order now ahead of their release in April. So you have like an all red and all blue, but it doesn't seem like there's any real change other than that. It's not the worst idea to have controllers that are different colors, just to differentiate themselves, but both of these I think look absolutely hideous when you just get down to it. There's something about the flat lines and the sharp edges on where it cuts off and becomes black, and just the solid color stuff does not look good. This definitely feels kind of Nintendo-ish even. The silver looks a lot better, I would say, at that. Flat base here I assume is to snap on some adapters, but I don't know if there really are any adapters that a Series 2, Elite Series 2 would ever be plugged into. It might very well be better off abandoning their proprietary connector at the bottom and just having a USB-C at the bottom and a USB-C at the top, and then you can play with the controller plugged in on either way, and then round that out to make it look visually a little bit better. I definitely would agree with the idea that Microsoft is probably due to start to rethink how their controllers look and work, and come out with a new version that isn't just a new elite version for rich people, but a new core version for potentially a mid-generation refresh of the Xbox Series X. Yeah, as the domino has started to fall down, Sega and Tencent have also confirmed they won't be attending E3. This news follows Ubisoft's decision to pull out of the event, which leaves a question as to who is going to be at E3. That being said, yes, E3 has been dead for years because of the pandemic, and it's probably just never going to come back in any real sense. But the ESRB is running E3 and they make a lot of money off of it, so I don't know what the ESRB can do if they're not going to run E3 and make money off of that, other than raise their membership fees, which is probably the right move, honestly. It's just that to get your game rated by the ESA or the ESRB. Yeah, the ESA runs. The ESA is the parent company of the ESRB and the E3. So, if the ESA in the United States raised their membership fees and raised the fees to get an ESRB rating to get your game on the shelves at Walmart, they should just make their money that way. And then maybe the E3 division just gets shuttered completely, or you have E3 try and do something slightly different. It almost feels like E3 should be multiple events in multiple places across the country at different times, and that E3 really should just be an event planner type company, and that they should have ownership of event centers that they're renting out throughout the years. But I don't know if that would even work for them either. Moving on, Activision CEO Bobby Kotick says Sony's, quote, disappointing behavior, quote, won't damage their long-term relationship. This almost certainly feels like a threat that it definitely will. Sony has been attempting to scupper Microsoft's proposed Activision and Blizzard acquisition. But yeah, he sent an email to his employees. So yeah. Obviously there would be some illegality or at least difficulty if Bobby Kotick came out and publicly said we're going to screw over Sony if we don't get acquired. But I think there almost certainly will be some kind of replication that happens, and we will see Activision Blizzard games not as focused on their PlayStation releases going forward if the acquisition doesn't happen. And very possibly the same thing will happen even if it does go through. You do have this situation now where Sony has acted so outwardly hostile to the acquisition that Sony is digging their own grave as potentially Activision Blizzard going, yeah, we've decided now to make worse quality games or not release our games on Sony because of how terrible this has happened, or how terrible Sony was treating us. Because Activision Blizzard's perspective on this, unless Bobby Kotick is secretly working behind the scenes with Sony to screw over Microsoft, which that would be certainly an interesting conspiracy theory. Assuming that's the case, Bobby Kotick, I think, is probably desperate to have Activision Blizzard acquired, because it's the only thing that's really going to save his job in the long run and save the company in the long run. If this merger doesn't happen, you're going to see Activision Blizzard get sold off into pieces eventually, and employees leave. Tons of employees have already left, and it's just going to become this shell of a company that it once was, and it's just going to get worse and worse and stagnate. It is going to become very much like an EA is now compared to what an EA was decades previously. In my opinion, that's the way it's going. We talked about this, and again, this just highlights the potential projectionism of Sony saying that Activision Blizzard might make a poor quality port for the PlayStation once it's acquired by Microsoft. Sony's second party company here has made a poor quality port of The Last of Us PC, and it's being heavily criticized for bad performance. The PC version is currently mostly negative on Steam. Let's see if we can just jump to Steam and see that. Here you have 34% positive of 7,791 reviews happening. That is pretty bad for a $60 game, which in all fairness, if you get the DLC, is actually $70. And at a certain point, you almost have to wonder if this video and these trailers were made on actual PC, or if that is even a requirement. I guess it's not a requirement by Steam that the trailers actually be made on a PC of some sort, instead of this being rendered out of game or rendered on a PlayStation. Another question I certainly have to ask is, in Last of Us Part 2, I think the little girl Ellie, has been grown up, has this tattoo on her arm. I really have to question who tattooed a little girl, or who allowed a little girl to get a tattoo. That seems, in this zombie apocalypse, seems unnecessary. You can definitely see on her arm where I see it in The Last of Us Part 2 screenshots. She definitely doesn't have a tattoo at that point. This only creates more of a situation, particularly for me as a critic, in that I really was only slightly interested in playing Part 1. Part 2 is just not as well thematically written as what I've heard, and it definitely seems like that's the case. Part of that very well may be the case in the fact that they, because of a cancel culture attempt that was recently somewhat justified and settled in the favor of the person who was canceled, the writer of Last of Us Part 1, if I'm recalling this story correctly, did not work and get the job to write the story of Part 2. So you have an inconsistent writer between the sequel and the prequel, and calling it Part 1 and Part 2 even confuses that issue even more. But yeah, that is terrible. We've had several stories of females being highlighted in the video game industry in a positive way, but we have to also point out that sometimes they step down. Debbie Bestwick is stepping down as the CEO of Worms publisher Team 17. The company's co-founder will transition to a non-executive role once her succession is appointed. I can do the standard thing here and say that the screenshot is appropriate in this case. The purple hair, not particularly that professional. Yeah, professionalism, very lackluster amongst everyone in the video game industry. Team 17 as a publisher hasn't done an amazingly good job ever since they've tried to be a publisher more than a creator of Worms games. It is kind of a catch-22 in that they can only have a certain level of success if they just continue to make Worms games, but they also didn't succeed in becoming a publisher of other types of games. I don't know why I would go to Team 17 as a publisher. There's a full quote here. This has probably been the hardest decision I've ever made, but I wouldn't have made it if I wasn't confident in the succession plans and leadership team's ability. Well, if you're confident in the succession plan, then why aren't you announcing a replacement while you announce you're stepping down? To deliver the clear and focused strategy regarding our collective goals and ambitions. And then here is the ultimately self-imposed sexism, in my opinion, that happens to all females working in a job. Ultimately, I want to spend more time with my children who have made sacrifices many times during my career, and specifically to spend more time with my youngest before he goes to university. It's a little weird also to name one child above the others. It is somewhat self-imposed, somewhat not self-imposed, but there is zero expectation in the United States by most people for men to spend any time at all with their children other than the bare minimalist, or in any way step down from a highly successful CEO type position to spend time with their children. And yet this is a default claim that is made by a lot of women who are stepping down. Some of that certainly is chemical. Women do have more of a on average motherly nurturing mentality because of the way their brain chemistry is. But yes, it's ideally all genders would want to spend more time with their children and should spend more time with their children. But it isn't really in this concept of a capitalist society, the idea that you have to step down from your successful position to a lower position or retire to spend time with your children. This is inherently is just highlighting a terrible work-life balance that exists at high levels of management, such as CEOs, in the same way that there is terrible work-life balance at lower and mid levels of employment too. Is there anything else to say here otherwise? No, I don't think so. Let's see. Video Games Chronicle says the Resident Evil 4 remake has had the series best second best launch ever. Capcom says the game sold 3 million copies in the first 2 days. Yep. There's really no reason why people wouldn't have been hyped about this. The early access reviews were good. The anti-hype is fairly low on this. If anything, I personally have been more anti-hyped, I think, more than most around Resident Evil 4, and there still is nothing that would stop me from buying it right now if I wanted to pay full price and playing it. Nintendo has decided to extend the deadline to redeem Wii U and 3DS eShop game codes. You have until next week now to round up the remaining codes. This is somewhat generous only in the smallest way, though. They are still shutting down the Wii U and 3DS eShops. So that doesn't seem like that's... If anything, it's just them trying to cover the butt, saying, hey, we gave you an extra week, what do you want? When what people really want would be the shops to stay up until there is a 100% replacement on the Nintendo Switch to compare it to. Or even, frankly, a 60 or 70% replacement. But that would require negotiating new deals. This is yet another example of a long list of examples of people shutting down servers because they just don't want to negotiate with maintaining a server and they don't want to spend what is probably a small, relatively small amount of money to keep servers going. Inherently in IT, there's this thing where you buy a server expecting it to last 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 years. You get lucky and the server lasts 10 years. But after that 10 years at most, you've got to buy a new server to replace that old server. And so there is then this expense that is showing up in a budget for something that nobody is going to care about in Nintendo's case, to maintain a Wii U 3DS eShop. Or you try to migrate the image of the server onto a server that already exists, and merge it down to just one server. But even the migration effort is going to take man hours, it's going to take budget, and nobody cares about it. So when the only solution is either you somehow find a magical way to maintain the server for $0.00, or you shut it down, it's no surprise that so many people are just looking at the accounting books and saying shut it down, and they don't ever take into account the negative press or the bad consumer experiences. And it definitely makes an argument that video game stores should have some minimum number of years in which they run when you license a game. Maybe it's only 10 years to start with, and maybe then Congress passes a law to push it to 20, 30 years where digital stores have to stay up. But even a minimum of 1 year would be a decent limitation to start with. Speaking of digital stores, somebody on Reddit apparently admitted that they had inherited their Steam account from someone else who had passed away. So they had like a family member, a significant other type person, that had given them the password or given them the Steam account, and then they forgot the password or got locked out, and then they admitted it in customer support, and customer support on Steam took that as an opportunity to say that this is non-transferable, which it isn't, like, and it probably should be transferable, but yeah. It is a reminder to not share extra details on customer support and just say, hey, I've forgotten the password, let me in. That's all you really need to do there. I don't think Steam is going out of their way to identify people who inherited accounts. And there is a family share in Steam, so like theoretically, even if you did die, the family share should still allow the rest of the family to still play it on their accounts. So there is some accommodation on that. Yep. We really shouldn't get into a world, in my opinion, though, where people die and then what could be entire lifetimes of collections of video games, music, movies disappears, and then the next generation has to buy those same things over again if they want to continue to enjoy them, and then that next generation dies off, and then the next generation goes. At a certain point, that's not what copyright was supposed to do. It's not supposed to pay 5 times over for the exact same creation to an estate at that point, almost certainly, of a creator. Like, we don't need Disney to get paid 5 times for one person creating something based on a public domain story anyways, like Cinderella. Things are supposed to go public domains, and video games in particular have really failed to, in a realistic time, in my opinion, go public domain. I don't know if there's a single game that is actually public domain, because it would have to be 75 years past the death of the author. So even the creation of Pong at this point is probably not 75 years past the death of the author. And the idea that Pong is not public domain by just the natural process of think something being old enough to be public domain is really, really ridiculous. Moving on, Chris Pratt tells fans to, quote, go watch the Mario movie, then we can talk, over voice criticism, which is a decent response from an actor to basically say, go watch the movie and put money in my pocket. But it is also kind of the only response you can make otherwise than just the standard F off, which would be the other response here. Generally, I think it's fair to hold off on criticism from the voice acting until you start to get it from people who actually have watched the movies, whether that's movie critics or kids. In particular, kids are the real audience here. So if kids say Mario doesn't sound like Mario, that's where it becomes worth really focusing in on that. Yes, fans of Mario games who are adults now may kind of cringe at Mario not sounding like Mario, but whatever. It's also fair to point out that like Sonic in Sonic Frontiers doesn't really sound like a Sonic to me either. But that's just going to be the way I think it goes sometimes, is that you're going to have new voice actors. There is very possibly a much better detailed concept and criticism to have against Chris Pratt once the movie is out, as far as his inflections and his emoting while saying the lines may be pretty bad too. So you might be able to, once a critic has watched the whole movie, and that's what I'm saying is wait till critics review it and then make a decision whether you want to view it. Or if you have kids, you're probably going to watch it anyways, regardless whether you want to or not. But yeah, I think critics could easily come 3 different ways against his voice acting. If he doesn't emote well, if he doesn't sound like the character, if he's delivering the lines flatly. Let's see. Square Enix is releasing a set of Final Fantasy VII NFT trading cards, which, yep, that definitely sounds like Square Enix to me. I'll leave it at that. Greedy and stupid. Square Enix. April 2023's PlayStation Plus Essential Games have been confirmed. Sackboy: A Big Adventure, Tales of Iron, and Meet Your Maker are coming. We have 2 more video games Chronicles articles today. Of course, we are 3 hours and 12 minutes into the stream already. Xbox controller patent features a touchscreen for accessing saved loadouts and social media. The pad could also track and display how the player is performing in a game. So it is a touchscreen. Saved loadouts, I assume, means like different loadouts in weapons, not saved profiles of where the buttons are going. Which, yeah, there's definitely a thought here. Now, it's important to point out that when patents are made, they are specifically and explicitly designed to not really look like what the final product would look like. So, because patents are public domain and it lets people steal the idea. But this is not a terrible design here. You can see a home, audio adjustments on the touchscreen, performance and social. You can see potentially a mute of alarms. I don't know why you specifically would need an Xbox logo unless this is telling you which player you are. The amount of battery time in hours and percentage, I guess. No clock noticeably here. They don't want you to know how long you've been playing. Although this could be your playtime. Seems to me like they're potentially squeezing down a physical button down to this point that this might light up the screen or dim the screen, because I could see the screen being distracting even at the most smallest dimness. But also you would need a backlight, because if you're playing in darkness you couldn't have it be like e-ink or something like that. Theoretically you could probably have an e-ink screen here if that saved you any expense, but it probably wouldn't. It looks like the hamburger and Windows options might be touchscreens, and the Xbox power on button here might be also it, and the download profile button is here. So you're getting like one extra button here. Otherwise it's A, B, X, Y, triggers, bumps. It looks like they might be thinking about changing how the triggers look, if that was to mean anything. It noticeably has something here too, what's 0, 1, 2. There might be like a spinner dial where you slide it up and down for different strength on your analog sticks, stiffer controllers perhaps. And then 4 or 8-way D-pads. It's not a terrible design. Having custom cut screens like this are a little expensive but doable. But I definitely would say this is probably moving towards the idea of a premium controller that would not be really necessary. And so I bet there's never going to be anything that you have to have on this touchscreen that would stop you from playing with just a standard core controller. I don't think they're abandoning the core controller concept per se. And yeah, you could do a multi-layered LCD screen, but no, this really would have to be a matrix screen. How does this compare to the touchscreen on the Steam Deck though? I mean, it really doesn't compare at all. Like the screen on the Nintendo Switch or the Steam Deck is a full large size matrix screen that can display anything you want. It's a little surprising, frankly, that the Steam Deck and the Switch don't have just full touchscreen controls and have control analog buttons at all. And our final Video Games Chronicle article for today says that PlayStation 5 set a new US record for PlayStation's console sales in the month of February, while Hogwarts Legacy stormed the month's software sales chart. Which, yeah, that definitely hurts the argument against the Activision Blizzard merger when you have PlayStation 5 selling like hotcakes because it's finally available and people finally have maybe a little bit of extra money. I don't know if people really have that much extra money to go. I still have yet to really check to see if the PlayStation 5 can do UK Ultra HD Blu-rays, and at a certain point I guess I would definitely want to check to see if either the Xbox Series X or the PlayStation 5 integrates into any kind of Alexa, Google Home, Apple HomeKit type smart infrastructure where you could tell it as a device to turn on and start playing the disc in the disk drive or do anything else, launch an app, things like that. So now we're at Komatsu articles. Some of this we'd already talked about, like Samba de Amigo Party Central featuring Sonic the Hedgehog content, Multiversus being closed down, Ubisoft skipping E3, Ubisoft Forward set for June 12th. You know what? I hate to do this, but I think it's the right move. I'm going to pause this recording and then run to the bathroom and then be back in a while. But yeah, now is definitely the time to take a break. We've gone really long. I'm not even sure what took so long other than me potentially just rambling at the beginning. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, so next Gematsu article. Skullgirls 2 Skullgirls second encore DLC character Black Dahlia launches March 29th for the PS4 and PC and March 31st for the Switch. I'm a little surprised that Skullgirls as a series has so consistently gotten updates and characters added to it, because it definitely feels like Skullgirls 1 very consistently had more content added to it, and then maybe there was a small break of a year, maybe even two, between Skullgirls 1 and Skullgirls second encore, which second encore almost implies that it's the third game in the series, and maybe that is the case, where the first sequel would be called Skullgirls Encore. But yeah, there's not been a point in the past 5 to 10 years, ever since the original Skullgirls came out, where Skullgirls as a unique name hasn't stayed somewhat relevant in my mind. Master Detective Archives Raincode character trailer World Detective Organization Part 2 is available if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. This is from the creators of Danganronpa. A game called Marfusha for PS5, PS4, Xbox One, Switch launches April 6th. It's a high-tempo shooter currently available for PC, so we could check it out on Steam here and get a general idea. This is a game that came out in 2021 and made it to my wish list, and it's kind of like a tower defense game. But you look at these screenshots and it definitely looks like a different type of game than this one screenshot, which is more zoomed in than brighter colored. And I guess that is the question about, is the trailer here for 17 seconds being a good trailer, or is it being somewhat of a deceptive trailer? And I would argue it's, as a trailer, probably being somewhat deceptive, and maybe would fall closer to a teaser trailer category than an actual trailer showing actual gameplay content. Melty Blood type Lumnia shipments and digital sales have topped 400,000. Another Japanese fighting game. It is worth pointing out here, though, that the accusation by US senators that there's been a lot of exclusivity deals as far as Japanese games for the PlayStation is really kind of an old accusation to make. It's a little late to the party. Like, we've seen actually a fairly large increase in the amount of games that have come out for the Xbox One and the Xbox Series. Had you made this accusation during the era of the Xbox 360, you could definitely prove that case a lot better. But ever since Sony Interactive Entertainment went under the control of Jim Ryan and became what I describe as Sony of California, being run out of the California office instead of being run out of the Sony of Japan, or Sony Interactive Entertainment being run out of a Japanese office, ever since it felt to Japanese people like Japanese people weren't in charge, that there's been less loyalty to PlayStation and Sony Interactive Entertainment, which that definitely leans more into the category of a patriotism feeling more than anything, in that gamers are buying Sony PlayStations because they're supporting Japanese companies, not the other way around, that a Japanese company is creating a monopoly and forcing Japanese gamers to buy PlayStations. And in a lot of ways, a lot of gamers in Japan aren't buying anything new, and they're buying old Vitas and Switches, and things like that. No accusation whatsoever has been made that Nintendo has used its monopoly power to have exclusivity on the Nintendo Switch, when first-party titles on the Nintendo are totally monopolistic. Nobody is willing to make the argument that first-party titles, Nintendo should be forced to sell their games on the PlayStation and the Xbox, or at least one other console, when honestly, as a consumer, as a gamer, that would be the best case scenario to happen, is that companies were forced to sell their software to be compatible with multiple pieces of hardware, and that that should just be the standard way things go. Of course, if that was the case, then Apple and iOS, macOS software should be forced to be sold on Windows PC, and Windows PC software should be forced to be sold on Linux versions of some sort, and then that creates a whole nightmare scenario. At the very least, there's slightly different arguments that could be made to say that Windows and macOS are different than the walled garden experiences of an Xbox console or a PlayStation console or a Nintendo console, but honestly, it really isn't that much of a difference. Windows is increasingly trying to become a walled garden, and macOS Apple hardware and software is totally a walled garden. Moving on, a social simulation game called Minabo, A Walk Through Life, launches April 28th on the PS5, Xbox Series, PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Which, this looks like a weird game. I'm not sure there's anything here that particularly interests me, though. A game called Death or Treat launches May 5th for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC, later for the PS4 and Switch. There has also been no accusation to really cover this point, where a lot of game developers have supported older consoles like the Switch and the PS4, but there's a delayed release, which for gamers probably would be nicer if all the games were released at the same time, but I doubt any government interference would happen to force them to release games at the same time. A 2D action platformer called Klaus Lee Thunderballs has been announced for Switch and PC. I have no idea what this game is, but I would suspect it is very silly in its visuals. It looks a lot like those Tomb strategy roguelites that were pretty popular a year or two ago, or a couple of years ago. La Mulala, and there was one other ones. Yeah, doesn't really look like anything though that would interest me. It looks too much like a frustration platformer for my interest. A Viking roguelite twin-stick shooter called Odenfall has been announced for PC. It definitely makes an argument, certainly too, when you have a PC exclusive game like this. Would it be fair to make the argument that these should be forced to come to consoles also? I think probably any developer would love for their game to come to consoles if they can afford to program it. But yeah, I think that would be the silliest of arguments to make. In that there is definitely a case where let's see. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted there. Having to report somebody for trying to derail my chat. I definitely can get why bigger YouTubers just start ignoring people in the chat en masse. There's always somebody who's either got incredibly poor social skills, and I'm not saying I have good social skills by any means, and that may very well be part of the problem. Uh, but there's always somebody that seems to have just terrible, poor social skills. They don't get that there's multiple people watching, and most of them aren't chatting, and they don't want to see, or at least at me as a content creator, I don't believe people want to have me derail the whole thing like I'm doing now just to address one person who wants you to often do something completely different or respond to them when they're saying nothing that adds anything to the conversation that's being had at the time. So yeah, I timed out somebody for frankly trying to derail the conversation, and then when the timeout ended, which I guess timeouts are about an hour or so, they came back doing the exact same thing, and frankly at this point I just have blocked them. But yeah, I definitely can see how bigger people, when it's 10-20 comments coming in every couple of minutes, or huge people that have the chat just scrolling, just ignore the vast majority of comments. And I would be perfectly happy with the chat becoming its own little community where people are talking to each other and not trying to talk to me. That then gets into the idea of forcing people to like super chat for me to actually read their comments, and that's not very fair economically, but it is about the only fair way you can think of it. It'd be nice if there was like a upvote system where people could upvote an actual comment to the content creator to see, or if you're a big enough content creator, you can have somebody looking at your entire chat and picking out the things that actually need to be responded, which is, I'm sure, what most big people do also, is they just have a moderator there. But as a single content creator, it becomes very much a mess. But yeah, I'm trying really hard to not become jaded and actually respond to people on the chat, but there definitely are people who are like, I don't get upset that people want to play me on Yu-Gi-Oh! I get it, but when I say no, that's fine. That just take it. Like, I'm saying no to everybody. It's not special or excluding anybody specifically. But then when people want me to, like, this person wanted to challenge me, I said I don't do challenges, and he goes, well, I want you to say some words in Hindi. I'm like, no, I'm not going to say things that I don't know the meaning of. I'll sometimes try to pronounce something in Japanese, but I know what I'm saying is from a Gamatsu website when I'm reading it. But also, that's just incredibly derailing. Like, it has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. We're going through video game news. If you haven't figured that out, sorry, you're missing some observation skills, obviously. Now I'm going into a rant, which is exactly what I wanted to avoid doing. Alright. So we were talking about Odenfall. Odenfall looks fine. Let's move on. Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom gameplay demonstration with E.G. Onuma and Switch OLED model announced. The Switch OLED model is just the Zelda model. I think this leaked pretty much almost a year ago. And it leaked so early that people were just kind of assuming it was a Breath of the Wild version and didn't even have anything to do with Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, and that might explain why the basic OLED model was somewhat on sale, is that they're pushing for this new Switch OLED model. The thing that I'll never get any information about unless I just watch this is how good of this guy is he as a host, because we may start to see more of this guy, Mr. Onuma, or maybe not. Like, Nintendo has been really tight around the idea of only really having Miyamoto and like maybe Doug Bowser present, or maybe the president of Nintendo Japan, which is a new president showing up. But they've been incredibly tight-lipped about admitting that any other person even works at Nintendo. They don't want to give any credit at all if they can get away with it. And that's a very Japanese thing to do, to try and trap employees into a career. Whereas putting this guy out and showing his face then lets him potentially go work for a different company, which would have been a thing you wouldn't even have thought about in Japanese work culture in the past, but is becoming more of a thing these days. Moving on, Tekken 8 has Jun Kazama gameplay trailer if you want to check that out. Let's see. Master Detective Archives Raincode interview with Kazutaka Kadaka at GDC 2023. So there's a whole interview here if you want to read it on Gamatsu. What's interesting around this is it feels like Gamatsu went to, yeah, they actually went to the Game Developers Conference and got this interview, which I would have guessed that Gamatsu, being an English-based but Japanese-focused website, probably didn't bother to go to the Game Developer Conference or any kind of event like that, but maybe that's a new way of doing things. Sega and Level Infinite are going to skip E3 2023, plus more companies rumored to skip this year's events. Let's see if we got a full limit here. See. Bandai Namco declined to provide an update, but it confirmed it would attend Jeff Keighley's in-person media-only Play Days, which is held in 2022 in early June. I don't understand 2022, that's the wrong year. That would have already happened. Volver Digital never actually attends E3 but sets up its own event in an adjacent parking lot. So they've reached out to a lot of people to see if they're showing up, but nobody's responding. Like, why would they respond to Gamatsu if they're not ready to make an announcement? I wouldn't be surprised if we see more people skip E3. It definitely feels like the PAX attending, the PAX people, the people that run PAX, who are now in charge of E3, have done something really dumb. They've either raised the price and made it too expensive, or have just not really kowtowed to the big corporations. They've maybe said no alcohol on premises. It may be something as crazy as that, where E3 was pretty much a booze fest. This may be part of some like 5D chess. Certainly, you could suspect that might be the case, in that maybe E3 is trying to become something that doesn't need these big companies. But more than likely, it seems like E3 is just being poorly managed and poorly run. And see, if I was the people who run PAX and I was given the opportunity to run E3, I would definitely say, for this first year, we're going to do everything in our power to make everybody show up and be as happy as possible. And we're going to have a very standard, we're back baby style of event with E3, and just get a notch under your belt to say, yes, we can do it, we can do it right, and we can make everybody happy. And then maybe start making changes down the next year and go, you know what, we saw the numbers and we don't need Microsoft, or we don't need Sega, we don't need Level Infinite. We've got a different direction we want to go, but we're doing it on our terms and we're doing things differently, instead of seemingly having people want to show up and then decide they don't want to show up. Moving on, anonymous code interview with the localization producer Yu Namba at GDC. It's weird that there would even be Japanese people at the GDC conference. Wow, GDC very possibly is becoming more of an important event than I thought it was. At a certain level, it kind of makes sense that the Game Developers Conference would be this event where game developers get together and they get interviewed and they talk to each other and they perhaps pitch games to game publishers. And then the Electronics Entertainment Expo, E3, should be an expo showing off video games that are coming out that have already been greenlit and is more of a consumer focused experience that really is just for people to go and have fun, almost like at a Comic-Con type event. One Piece Games special movie Today to A Day Like a Game. This is weird. 23 years of One Piece and counting. So this is showing off, I guess, different One Piece games. Although, in all fairness, I feel like this is the shonen fighting game that had shonen AI characters, including Monkey D. Luffy, but a lot of other characters like the kid from Death Note, I think, and Goku and characters like that. So not an actual One Piece game. And then I think this is probably the most recent One Piece game, or one of the more recent games. In a lot of ways, it's kind of ridiculous to make this argument. Anyways, wow, there's some really old One Piece games out there. They have been making it for a long time. Oh, so that's not even a fighting game. That's just straight up somebody cosplaying. The big problem I would say here, though, is One Piece games have been, at least in the time that I've been looking at them, consistently bad. It's a shame. One Piece as a manga and as a anime obviously has been fairly consistently good, in the sense that people are still reading it and actually care about it. One Piece has also been fairly successful at moving its narrative forward, unlike, say, Dragon Ball, where Dragon Ball is just constantly not evolving in any real way and is just making the same characters fight the same characters over and over again. Or it's not the same characters, but it's just the same thing. Like, Goku learns some new version of Super Saiyan, and that gives him slightly more power and makes him look a little bit more cooler, and then he has to fight somebody else, some new enemy that's a little bit stronger and has a little bit of difference on it, but there's real no evolution there as far as anything that would move it towards an actual ending. Like, imagine, what is even the ending of Dragon Ball Z? At some point, you probably have to end that universe as far as Dragon Balls existing and in the idea of time travel happening. So, potentially you also have to kill off Goku, or you have to have him live in peace and not have to fight anybody, which would probably drive him crazy. So yeah, one trip around the universe, finding ultimate Dragon Balls that are bigger than all the Dragon Balls before. Perhaps you have Dragon Balls that are actually suns that can grant one wish to stop the ability to time travel, or stop the ability of people to come back, or stop gods from coming back and being evil gods, or whatever things you have to wrap up in the Dragon Ball universe. Yeah, but that would be about it. Run around and collect the Dragon Balls, which isn't even the main thing you usually see in a Dragon Ball Z series, but that would have to be the ending. Whereas One Piece is working towards the One Piece treasure, and what is it called? The ley line or the grand line. They're working towards an ending. The characters have evolved. I think they're making even slight progress towards that. I guess I would also applaud here. You have a Japanese lady in that cosplaying Monkey D. Luffy. No real complaints in Japan around crossplay is what they call it, when you're doing a little bit of cross-dressing to embody the character who happens to be a different gender. It isn't even really looked upon too negatively to have like a male Japanese person crossplay as a female character if they can pass it on. They tend not to it definitely isn't like drag show type stuff where you're not trying to pass as a lady in the cosplaying. You're actually trying to look like the character. And I think this human actress cosplayer did a decent job there. It's not perfect by any means, certainly, but decent enough. Moving on, Resident Evil 4 remake and shipments sales top 3 million. Well, actually, I guess the way this is being sold is a little confusing in that they're saying the physical shipments plus the digital sales have topped 3 million in the first 2 days, which actually confuses the issue quite a bit to hit that 3 million number, which they're happy to hit and announce, because it really should be physical and digital sales have hit 3 million, or physical and digital shipments top 3 million, although digital shipments really would just be digital sales. Moving on, ED-0 Zombie Uprising is coming to the PS5, Xbox Series on July 13th in Japan. Apparently it's a roguelike action survival game set in the... Oh, it's not ED... Yeah, it is ED-0, but it's set in the Edo era of Japan. I'm not familiar enough with the eras of Japan to be 100% certain, but I would assume the Edo era is what I would traditionally think of as one of the eras of feudal Japan. Let's see if we can see what this looks like on Steam. Yeah. The eras are based on who the emperor was at the time, pretty much. So this does feel feudal ninja times. And definitely looks a little weird. In a lot of ways, what this feels like is, let's make an Oni Chambara game, but let's not have a cowboy girl in a bikini with a samurai sword concept. It may also have some influence here straight from something like the God of War reboot, but still it just being a zombie game. Interesting, he's like charging up his health for some kind of zen, and then he goes through the gate to take on a bunch of zombies in that kind of dungeon crawler. There's a lot of junk on the ground. As this is displaying, can we skip ahead? Well, this doesn't look terrible if it came out of early access. I would put it on the wish list. Although it is weird too to put your game out on consoles when you're still claiming it's early access for PC. This I don't think does it a great bit of justice though, the screenshot. Let's see. Moving on, the Famitsu review scores for issue 1791. So the big question here is, are we going to see a 40 out of 40 for Resident Evil 4, a 39, or a 38? If it was anything below a 38, I'd be fairly disappointed. If it's anything below a 35, I'd be shocked. Also am questioned here as far as just, is this a gun that he's got under his neck while his arms are chained, or is this supposed to be something else like a flashlight? I don't know. It's not really a point where Leon is chained up, but he is like tied up at one point early in the game, and I imagine that's what they've done, is they've just gone, oh, we've chained him up instead of tying him up. As far as reviews, they gave a 9, 9, 10, and 9, 37 out of 40. So not a perfect game, not 40. 37 is still amazingly good when you have your average being about 30, 33. And if it was 7 across the boards, it would be 28 out of 40, although we see very few games reviewed by Famitsu that get below 30 even. They just don't bother to review games if they're going to be that low. And having 4 people review the game gives this averaging effect, in which they've only given out, I think, 4, maybe somewhere between 4 and 8 games in the entire history of Famitsu have been perfect 40s. But yeah, obviously 1 perfect 10 and then 3 9s for Resident Evil 4. So you see the Japanese reviewers definitely not having any problems with Resident Evil 4 either. It's fairly consistent from what I've seen as far as reviewers in the West. Winning Post 10 is a racehorsing game, somewhat popular in Japan, so getting 33 out of 40 is actually good confidence for it too, that it actually is a decent horse racing game for whatever you can imagine a decent horse racing game would be. Moving on, Komatsu says Atlas Fallen has been delayed to August 10th. It's no longer due out May 16th for the PC, PS5, and Xbox Series. Forspoken DLC In Tanta We Trust launches May 26, set 25 years before the events of the main story, which honestly I guess that basically then just gets rid of the, what I've heard is poorly written main character in Forspoken and replaces her with a non-isekai person from the world that Forspoken takes place in. And that might fix a lot of things in the writing, but I doubt it fixes anything in the gameplay or the concept overall. And almost certainly Square Enix is just going to shovel out this DLC and then abandon Forspoken. It did not sell well, it wasn't received well. It's totally in Square Enix's habit to abandon games. Square Enix, I guess, deserves a little bit of applause because they have yet to throw Forspoken under the bus and said it was a disappointing launch, which they will eventually say that, I'm sure, at some quarterly meeting. But they have mostly stayed silent. There is, I think, someone slightly new in charge of Square Enix, so perhaps we'll have some better press releases released that aren't so negative against their own creations and their subsidiaries. Square Enix was just a publisher here, so it doesn't really hurt them too much to say to stay silent and let Luminous Productions take the brunt of the complaints around Forspoken, when in all actuality Forspoken probably did have a lot of funding from Square Enix and a lack of support from Square Enix. Sniper Ranger is on the chat. He says, "Hi Rydo, I came to say hi and goodbye, good night. Thanks for swinging by. I know I started late today. Insomnia still being a big issue." And Sniper Ranger also, I think, is now in college, so his time is more scheduled than I think it was previously. So yeah, you can see the average reception here is like 60%, 59% positive on Forspoken, and I doubt any DLC is going to fix that. Moving on, Gametsu says Tekken 8 has some Ling Xiaoyu gameplay, if that's how you pronounce that, Xiaoyu. Which it definitely feels like Tekken 8 is getting close to being released, that they're working up to an actual big launch. I don't know how big fighting games are going to be as far as the launch, but it could be a big thing, certainly. I think Tekken 8 might also be one of the first Unreal Engine version 5 games to be released. So there could be some major technological visual aspects that are improved with Tekken 8 compared to previous fighting games. Gametsu says a game called Fable Dome launches in early access on April 13th. Let's see. Apparently it's a simulation game. I heard of a reverse city builder game, and I can't remember the name now, but the idea is that you're trying to undo urbanization and bring back like natural elements. So you're releasing lava into lakes to bring fertilized soil to grow trees or something like that, and so you're actually just demolishing houses, which is an interesting idea, certainly, for making a game that has got a goal that's exactly the opposite of most city builders. And it definitely leans into the idea of being anti-urbanization, where urbanization has been pretty much preached to humans for decades, that the way humans are better off and the way the world, the planet Earth, is better off is by having bigger, better, more efficient cities to accommodate humans and damn all the wild animals and native plants that were living there before. They can just go find some other place to live. Which, yeah, that hasn't really worked out great for the animals and the plants, or even the humans. Moving on, Hunt the Night has an overworld and dungeon trailer screenshots, which, yeah, this looks like kind of a zoomed out pixely RPG type game. Looks kind of interesting. Like it might be something, but it also could be not much of anything too. Now when I click on this, I can't get a full screen, can I? I'd have to, well, nope, I'd have to click, I guess, maybe this, and then when you get that full screen you can't scroll back and forth, so I don't have a great way of showing that off, do I? A game called Cassette Beast launches April 26th for PC and late spring for the Xbox Series, Xbox One, and Switch. This is an interesting Switch, PC, Xbox game, skipping the PlayStations. It's a turn-based RPG game. I feel like this game was announced a couple years ago, really. It's as the idea of let's make yet another Pokemon game. There was a lot of ambition of announced PC Pokemon clones that were going to compete against the next generation of Pokemon games. And as far as the next generation of Pokemon games, they weren't amazingly good in the first place, so there is a lot of room for success there. In this case, it looks like you can copy other cassette tapes and you can merge cassette tape beasts. Which that seems like that would create a situation where there's possibility of a lot of characters you could create. So they may keep it somewhat tight and have only 20 or 30 characters, base characters, and then transform, infuse into different variations. Let's see. And increasingly, since I'm so far ahead, it makes a lot of sense to make a YouTube short around a game like this, just in the hopes that by the time the YouTube short comes out, the game would be out. I think the cassette tape gimmick might hurt it being popular amongst kids, and you kind of want a PC-based Pokemon game to be popular amongst kids, even if you're not really targeting it to young kids. And generally, we have yet to see a PC-based Pokemon clone actually succeed, and almost all of them want to go into a different gimmick. We mentioned this before as far as Grasshopper Manufacturer having a 25th anniversary countdown website, but then having a countdown that is 71 days away. So you're talking 2 months from now, which I guess that's an interesting way for Grasshopper Manufacturer to say nothing while still in like highlighting their 25th anniversary. But to potentially not even have a real teaser announcement for 2 months is kind of crazy. But it also does allow them just not to say anything for 2 months. Looking at this screenshot, something's going to happen in cursive with a period, an asterisk, this font, Grasshopper Manufacturer, and yellow as the background. Does that mean anything to me at all as far as Grasshopper Manufacturer? No, I don't think it does. So if they are going to announce something, I would suspect it's very possibly something totally brand new. And then we talked about the PlayStation Plus monthly games lineup in April. Meet Your Maker, Sackboy, A Big Adventure, and Tales of Iron, which we can mention again. And then we're looking at games that came out on Steam. Maniac Archer's Bullseye Demo. Is there an actual game called Maniac Archers? Came out March 3rd. So it's a player versus player top-down twin-stick shooter. Says it supports single player. That being said, I just don't think there's anything here that would particularly interest me. It looks fine. It's visually polished. And I guess at a certain point then I should make an effort to where am I? Yeah, I guess I should make an effort to make a YouTube short around this, just because I think other people might be interested in this. Apparently I missed this story. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yabai, the Hinokami Chronicles, shipments and digital sales have topped 3 million also. The difference here being that this came out October 14th, October 15th in Japan. uh, October 14th in Japan, and then October 15th worldwide, and then a Switch version in Japan in June 9th, and then a Switch version in June 10th worldwide. So, while this is a fairly positively reviewed, very positively reviewed game that is on my wish list, you gotta admit that 3 million copies in 2 years is considerably less surprising than 3 million copies in digital shipments in 2 days. And I guess that's how you can potentially make comparisons that are inaccurate. Dickland. I feel like this game was already on my following list. Yeah. And Dick Wild. This is on my following list. Did I switch windows? I think I may have switched windows somehow. These are all fall list games from a while ago. Alright, well, we've got some fall list cleanup here. Let's start with that. And then I'll try and figure out what happened otherwise, because it looks like we've just skipped all the games that have come out on... Maybe that broke. You know what? It probably did break. As far as new games. Because, yeah, my macro did break, didn't it? So I don't have any of the new games. I can fix that somewhat. Alright, so this was March 3rd as Maniac Archers. It doesn't need a YouTube short then, because that was in 2021. Then we just put this on the fall list, so we'll give that out. Is this a VR game? Yes. Is this a VR game I want to keep on the fall list? It's not even really that relevant, so I'm going to say no. Just going to have to play out of order. This game is mixed as far as dice and dungeons, so we'll do that. Diary of Lucy is very positive. It says RPG Maker, but it honestly looks like more of a top-down twin-stick shooter. So I'll put that on the wish list. So what must have happened is GameDeveloper.com and games that came out messed up. What happened is it didn't trigger the shortcut key, or I hadn't turned off the shortcut key to open up new tabs, so I imagine it opened the exact same pages over and over again on the same tab. I don't think this is good enough quality. Plus it's been in early access for a long time. Devil Inside of Us, Roots of Evil. Very positive. I probably shouldn't put this on the wish list because I honestly don't think it is a game I really would want to play. Yeah, I think I'm going to make an executive decision here and just remove that. Even though it is rated 100% positive of 50 user reviews, just not my type of game. This low vault failed. Isn't relevant. We have a mostly negative game that's also VR. Steam seems to be having trouble. Let's see. Detective Superstar from February 2023. guess I'll give this more time. Detective Rosie Morgan, Murder on the River Thames. Or is it pronounced Thames? Either way, it's not relevant enough. And then Detective Max Clues. I guess I'll give more time to. This looks like a hidden object game, but there is something nice around realistic 3D modeling of a hidden object game versus flat 2D depictions of a hidden object game. Let's see if this works. There we go. So, guess what I'm gonna have to do is, let's see, Steam version 3. Set that, execute that command, see what that does for us, and then open a new tab, and then set that and execute that command. Let's see if that works. Okay. So what I can do here is look at the announcements from now from gamedeveloper.com and open up these tabs, and that'll be gamedeveloper.com's information. Some of this is definitely repeated stuff. Some of this is important to actually talk about. See, this guy, this was the story. I think this is the guy who worked potentially on Last of Us 2. No, he worked on Fallout New Vegas and Dying Light 2. I don't know if he worked on Last of Us 1 and didn't work on Last of Us 2. I might be just making up a story in my head as far as what happened with Last of Us 2's writing. Alright, so we're gonna have, I guess, just an abridged thing here. So we have games here like ACL Pro Cornhole, which I'll check that out, and then that. Mostly, I guess, we'll try and see. And that was the Maniac Archer's Bullseye demo. Let me just make sure that what I'm not doing is redundant and that I didn't just jump through a different window. Let's see. Nope. I guess I didn't do that. So, let's see. Click the plus button here. Click that. That'll open it. That'll save me some clicks. Inherently, I'm trying to have as best of a case in which I have gone through every single video game and given it at least a slight chance of being made into a YouTube short. What I could have done is I could have just judged the book by the cover and looked at the thumbnails and the name and decided to open up some but not all of these games, but a lot of that is just not fair. This is exactly what my macro does anyways, is it just clicks on every single game and opens it up in a tab, but it has to have an extension enabled, so when it left clicks on the game, it actually opens it in a new tab and does not try to open it in the same tab. Because that extension was enabled at the start of me running the macro, it did the exact opposite. And most definitely, it is a lot of games. A lot of games that may not want to inherently open up all at the same time. And I may have a little bit of a pause to address that. This is not what most websites consider typical behavior either, to have so many website pages open at a time. They typically expect people to move slower. But we're still at like the 28th day, so just yesterday. And I'm going to inherently just have to recognize what was the last game that we looked at on Monday. There was not a lot of adult games on Monday, which is a little weird that they wouldn't have more adult games over the weekends to cover, but not super weird. It does seem like it kind of dries out around Sundays and Mondays as far as adult games. Definitely feels like there is somebody in charge of approving either Steam Direct games in general or particularly the adult section of Steam, and that it requires some level of approval before it shows up. This arena renovation, March 27th, that was one we covered, so that's a good stopping point, which that goes to show just how many games actually came out. So we looked at this one, we put it on the follow list. Stories from the Outbreak we looked at also and put on the following list. King Mini, I don't know why I put it on the following list, but I guess I was being generous. Ages of Gladiators Reforged here. Doesn't look quite polished enough to catch my interest. Drakkar Crew. Yeah, that made it to the following list. Anything on the following list we really don't need to look at again, so I should just check that first. And this definitely highlights that there was a lot of games whenever I go through all these games that came out on Steam that get put on the following list and then I have absolutely no interest on. Now, this is SNEG as the publisher and Lion Entertainment as the developer, and this is called Death Keep, and it looks like an old game. And then you have Dragon Strike by a different developer but same publisher, so this definitely feels like these are very old games potentially being republished, but I'm not sure they're really relevant games. Fantasy Empires by any means. A lot of these games potentially could be remade. I kind of wonder how much the Dungeons and Dragons fantasy was ever that popular though, outside of the fandom of Dungeons and Dragons people, or if it was just a assumption that was being made. Apparently these are Dungeons and Dragons games from the top of the Spelljammer. I don't even know if there's enough relevancy though, even at that though, that you would have a Dungeons and Dragons Classics bundle here of old classic Dungeons and Dragons games. I think you just have to reboot at this point. Arguably a 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons probably should just reset the entirety of old Dungeons and Dragons games. Now they're saying this is a silver classic, which I question maybe if there's maybe even within these old games a couple generations of games. Obviously though, those games I guess were popular enough that they kept making them, or they put them out very quickly. This Amazo game doesn't look like much of anything. War Space doesn't look like anything. I really did just dismiss all of those Dungeons and Dragons games. This doesn't look like anything. I'll give this a chance. It'll be interesting to see if these ever determine that they've been fully loaded, or if they're forever going to have the hourglass depiction on them. Most of these games still easily dismissed. And see, this is the kind of a game that if I thought there was some real history behind this, I might say yes to this, but I suspect this is a brand new game that just looks like a PlayStation 1 game. Barrett Foster Prologue. I don't want to say yes to any prologue. Creepy House doing some really great work as far as just having creepy photos on the wall. But yeah, I'm gonna say no to a prologue. Redemption. I don't think there's enough of a game there. Super Sketchy Party. Looks like it's a party game. I'll give this a YouTube short, just in case there's something there. Orders of the Ruler, just looks like a city sim. If anything, I probably should be more and more critical as far as what deserves a YouTube short. Just be willing to miss some things. Guy's chest is totally open. Manacle. Supports English, right? English, Chinese. We'll give it a chance. Here we have our first adult game, which was blurred on top of me before I even turned on the blur. It's called Come On Bus. It's a 3D CGI lady on a bus. Public bus, not a school bus. There's a guy, or maybe two guys. Looks like there's some bikini clothes she starts off with, but then very quickly she's fully naked. The guy seems to be fully naked the whole time. The poses look pretty boring. The idea of doing this on a bus, I think, is kind of stupid and boring too. It seems basically not even like a visual novel. It seems like you're just posing the character. They're calling it a mind control simulator. I would just call it a scene posing game at best. As a fantasy and fetish, it just doesn't even make a lot of sense. Compared to like the subway fantasy and fetish in like anime and hentai and things like that, at least in that case that's like, oh, you're all crammed together and there's a groping simulation to this. In this case, the bus is completely empty except for the male and female, and they're just having sex on the bus for no reason. the bus looks dirty and grimy. I don't know why you'd want to do that. There's no like good equipment as far as chairs or beds in a bus. There's no poles to hold on to or swing from. It's like one of the worst places I think you could think of to go with that. The game itself is $2.99. It says it has Japanese full audio. I question if that's true. It says it supports English interface and subtitles, but oddly no Japanese interface or subtitles, which that should also probably be a red flag for games being put on Steam. That if it says it has full voice acting in a language, it should also have interface options. This game Reclusive is probably nothing, but I'm not going to waste time agonizing over it. Hull Breakers is one of these far too colorful top-down twin-stick shooters games. I'm gonna say no to that. I need to find if anybody actually likes those kinds of games that are super bright and have a lot of visual effects that are top-down twin-stick shooters. This Chinese Expeditionary Force Assault Team, it doesn't feel like it has much polish to it, and it does ring potentially of being just Chinese propaganda, potentially, more than anything. Fractured Sanity looks like a horror game of no real quality, plus it's in VR. Bittersweet Cohabitation, is this an adult game? Let's see if we can find out. Mild sexuality and strong language may not be suitable for minors of all ages, so basically no from the description. So you have an anime girl in a visual novel, another anime girl in a visual novel. And seems like that's kind of it. Protagonist is looking for someone who will be on his side, and wandering heroine's looking for a place to stay. As they create a bond with each other, the girl's circumstances become clearer. What will the protagonist think, and what will he choose? How will the relationship end up? So it doesn't seem like too much of a story being spoiled in the description for Bittersweet Cohabitation. Next we have a game called Zabata, which looks so weird that I'm just going to make a YouTube short on it and not bother to try to figure out what it actually is. The weird games, as far as YouTube shorts, I don't think really get any more views than non-weird games. The nature of YouTube shorts themselves, I think, is kind of just built in this way that you're going to have everything shown in front of you, and if you like it, you'll stay with it. If you don't, you'll just swipe. It's 18 plus for vulgar language, not for overt sexual displays. It's funny that in the description they have to point that out. This is a Korean only visual novel. It doesn't support English. Yeah. It does seem to be, as a visual novel, to have kind of an open world sequence to it also. It definitely feels like it's drawn to ogle the characters quite a bit. You don't tend to get poses like this unless they're designed to ogle the characters. Their outfits, I guess, in Korea are a little bit more simplistic, according to this game, in that they all seem to just have single color blue skirts and white shirts with ties, and then they've gone out of their way to change their appearance somewhat in this screenshot. But generally speaking, it does seem like everybody's almost wearing the exact same thing, except for the genders, obviously. Skirts instead of slacks. Well, I can't do anything with this game, so I should move on. It's also mixed reviewed already, so must not be that popular even in Korean. Next we have an adult game called Slave Doll, which is a flat 2D simulation game, it looks like, where you can pose the character. Character has a collar around her neck and torn clothing. Definitely feels like it's playing towards the fantasy of a slave. Noticeably here, though, it does seem like there is only maybe 6 different scenes or poses, and it does feel almost like it is a simulation game in that you're training this slave, for lack of a better term, every day with these activities to get some kind of scores and points, which is an interesting twist on it, instead of just having the game show you all the scenes and then be done with it. Trying to do almost like a daughter raising simulator, but in this case it's a slave brainwashing simulator, is an interesting new concept, I guess, as far as gameplays for adult games. It's single player, it's $4.49. It says it supports 14 languages, no voice acting for any of them. Apparently there's a whole slave girl bundle, which the other 2 games in the bundle don't seem to really be in the same quality. They seem potentially better than this game. This definitely feels like it is a simplistic effort. I won't say a low effort, just doesn't feel like they had enough art to go by. They're saying it's 660 frames per second live 2D animations, and there are 8 types of sex scenes. So that's approximately 105 animation files, including expression changes and changes in state. Our expressions will become more and more obedient as the scenes progress. You can continue to play even if she's fainted. What's funny here is they said about all characters in this work are over 18 years old. I misread that. I thought it said all characters, this work is over 18 years old, to imply that the game itself had been made and released 18 years ago, which honestly, some of the visuals very possibly could have been released 18 years ago for the simplistic interface. I like the concept of Slave Doll as a game. I don't like the final product per se, in just the amount of polish. And by saying I like the concept, I like the idea of having a strategy game where you're trying to raise stats and potentially get different endings. I'm not sure you're even going to get different endings in that game. Anyways, we're back to boring jigsaw puzzle games. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to do YouTube shorts on jigsaw puzzles. If people want jigsaw puzzles, they can just search them. I don't think promoting any specific jigsaw puzzle game, unless it turns out to be an amazing jigsaw puzzle game, is worth my time as far as YouTube shorts are worth other people's times. So I'm just going to blanket curate around that. I have no idea what this is. Destroy insects attacking your breakfast. Looks like it's probably a tower defense game. I'm gonna say no to that. There's something here that looks like it's some kind of hacking game. I'll give that a chance. King of Swords. Not quite polished enough to interest me. Guardian of Dynamite, a bombed protector. I'll give this one a chance. Summer Days, Tilly's Tale. I feel like this might be a continuation of another kind of point and click adventure, so I'll give it a chance, although it definitely seems like it's way too expensive. Has this person put out anything else? Guess that's the question to ask. Hero U Rogue for Redemption. Yeah. Hero U Rogue for Redemption. That definitely seems like slightly better graphics for the new game. But since this is a 2018 game, you're talking 5 years to make your next game. That seems like a long amount of time for the quality that you're talking about as far as Summer Days, Tilly's Tale. Animation looks better. Gameplay mechanic, if anything, looks worse. Gutter Brawlers doesn't look anything like doesn't look good enough. It's not widescreen. Bullet Casters. That's a top-down twin-stick bullet hell game. I'll give that a chance. Unsolved Murder Script Collector's Edition is a hidden object game from Dude Games Limited. Interesting. Instead of Big Fish Games. That'd be funny if Big Fish Games changed their name. Socrates Joan Pro Philosopher. I'll give that a chance. Monster Factory. I'm gonna give this a chance too, even though it probably is nothing. Alright. Gotta remember you have to hold down the tab to move the tabs around. Pencil Plus Wrath of the Spankster. Sounds like a porn game, but I don't think it really is. The ability to pull limitless pencils out of his pockets. If you could do that, you could be easily a millionaire, if not billionaire, because pulling a pencil out means you have graphite, and you could just sell the pencils as a final product to people and create your own pencil factory, or you could get the graphite out of the pencils and have a massive amount of free graphite to potentially make something like graphene, which is super expensive and on the verge of being super useful to society if we could produce it at scale. Graphene's a great insulator. It's very strong for what it is. Of course, if you had any magical skills or magical powers in any world, if it's something only you uniquely could do, you're almost certainly going to set you up for life. Having one unique skill in the world that no one else can copy would be amazing if you can just figure out what to do with it. As an actual game here, though, this does not look like anything of interest. Sifu is out, and so we can go ahead from these reviews and see that Sifu is good. So we'll put that. Now, arguably, maybe I don't need to make a YouTube short on a fairly well-known PC game, but whatever. Give this a follow. Hexadecimal for black 0xFF. It's not even a particularly black game, so nothing there. That doesn't look like anything. Still large percentage of garbage games released every day on Steam. But I guess we're probably in a better position on PC and Steam than if you didn't have the possibility of good games because everything was being curated in a walled garden. I guess even Apple has to be applauded somewhat for that. This doesn't look good enough. In that this is the game where you demake the society and you destroy the buildings to bring back the forest. That's the one I was talking about. Terra Nil. Yeah, I could have seen Apple really curate the games that they release much closer to something like Netflix games has done, and that there would then just be a considerably fewer amount of games you could possibly even play on iPhones. Pineapple on pizza. I kind of want to say yes to this, but I also kind of feel like this is somehow just going to be described as racist in the sense that it's exotifying, if that's a word. No, it's treating either Africans or maybe Hawaiians as being exotic, weird characters, and it's 10 minutes of gameplay for free, and yet it's somehow overwhelmingly positive, so I guess people enjoy it. So I'll just say people should enjoy it. Now, at a certain level, I guess me saying it's so great that we mostly have a censored free experience on Steam when games get launched, even though a huge number of the games are garbage, then smacks directly in the face that I am personally curating / censoring, if you want to call it that, games down for my YouTube Shorts program, YouTube short videos, which, yeah, there is some curation there. Is it active attempts at censorship? I don't think so. I wouldn't use the phrase censorship, but there is curation there as far as actual quality. And the only thing I guess I could really say there is that if you want to see all the games that possibly are being considered, which tries to be every single game that comes out on Steam, you've got to watch the live videos. The YouTube Shorts are then a subset of the games we look at during the live streams. And then from the YouTube Shorts, there's a smaller subset of games that I might actually play and cover. I'm going to give this one a chance, even though it just looks like a horror game, like an asset flip horror game. We haven't had to call so many things asset flips lately. I think mostly I'm just not commenting at all or just closing the pages. The Kara cards. Some kind of card-based, turn-based tactical space game that looks different. Over delivery. Yeah, there might be something to that. Inherently, though, there is also just not a good enough connection between games that are making it to the from the fall list or the YouTube Shorts. There really is no connection at all from things going from the YouTube Short to the fall list. Most of the games that do get a follow also get a YouTube Short on them. It's by default always the case. Let's see, is this an adult game? Partial nudity, revealing clothing, forced injection, body bag, suggestion of body manipulation. Let me see if this is YouTube family friendly. But yeah, there's once things get on the fall list, then they make it to the wish list, and then there's really no connection at that point to whether I'll play it or not. And that's where I am mostly dropping the ball, is that I just am not spending enough time playing video games and criticizing them all the way through. I've created a whole collection of side video game news reporting stuff that has taken up my time versus just being a video game critic and actually playing the game. This Final Dose game is kind of intriguing in that it's a bloody, sexy nurse in probably what you would say is an asset flip horror game. And you can see from like the back of this image versus this image, it's rendered slightly differently. Character seems to be a little bit skinnier, less broad shoulders from here to here. This almost certainly is more of a low effort game. They're calling it a hidden object game, but I'm going to give it a chance. Red Man Follows, doesn't look like anything. Johnny Chainsaw looks awful with its neon coloring. Dead Knot Signal Lost, I'll give a chance to. Banana Clicker, I will not give a chance to. Catacombs, the Asper Case. It's probably nothing, but I'll give it a chance. And then here we have what probably is yet another one of these Chinese porn, faux porn games. I guess that's the phrase I've coined here. God of Gamblers, where you have these Chinese models in lingerie showing cleavage, but not really doing anything more than that, because in China, it's porn specifically, I think, is still illegal. So all you're getting is the tease or the hint that there's something there when there really won't be anything there. And thus you get 25% positivity, in which the game is tagged as having nudity and sexual content, when that tag is almost certainly inaccurate. Inherently, Steam could just fix this, as anything tagged with nudity, sexual content, or mature would have to be in the adult section, or they can't use those tags. They're asking $12.95 for this. It's full Chinese language, but the actual description here says sexy girl pictures, frequent language and dialogue with sexual hints. So it is lewd, not nude, and people are not happy about that. Perhaps if this game had been Chinese only, then it might have sold a little bit better, but even at that, it probably wouldn't. And specifically, if it was Chinese only, I wouldn't have ever seen this game, because I'm filtering out all the games that are explicitly only Chinese, because the quality on those games are just atrocious. Is this next game an adult content game? Doesn't seem to say anything like that, but it does have an adult 18 patch here. Part of the problem, certainly around the idea of having an adult 18 patch, is that there really is no mechanism in Steam to stop somebody from buying this if they are under 18. So the whole game potentially needs to be in the adult section, or at least the patch needs to be in the adult section, and then one of these DLCs should not be even available to be seen unless you've clicked the box in your profile to see adult games. Otherwise, this definitely seems like this is a visual novel. I'll give it a follow, but honestly, I think we may be at a point where I consider not making YouTube shorts around visual novels. I'm gonna give that a thought, but it is definitely a possibility that those kinds of games just don't particularly sell well as far as YouTube shorts go. I'm gonna go ahead and we've got duplicate tabs here. Close one of them. I'm gonna go ahead and make a YouTube short on this, but I'm not gonna put it on the follow list because it's not my type of game. Super Greedy Cat. Of course, you run into the problem in that almost any game could be somebody's type of game. 50 rounds doesn't look like anything. Glory Room doesn't look like anything. Revenant. Might be something. How many more games do we have to look at? Looks like actually quite a number. Why did I just jump all the way back to Last of Us Part 1? Well, we were looking at Survival Spirit here. I think we can say no to that. Active Soccer 2023. We'll give that a chance. Crimson Snow. Is this an adult game? Just says blood, so I don't think YouTube cares too much about this. This was the Game Grumps game that was covered, and either they finished their coverage of that in like 2 episodes, or they stopped playing it. Can't get past the point though that it is super popular, so I'm gonna add that to the wish list. Now potentially I'm gonna make 2 YouTube shorts around this game, which I guess that would be a whoopsie, but yeah, if you come out with a game and then it's in early access and then you come out with the full version of the game and it's well received, then you're potentially going to get 2 YouTube shorts around it. This Illusion Curse visually looks very interesting. I don't know if there really is a whole game here or if they haven't just made a really intriguing trailer. The Illusion Curse is a horror game made by a professional crew in the art of horror. Definitely feels like somebody is actually trying to do horror here. They may not be doing a great job as far as actual video games though. Glass floors. I could totally believe that this is very much just a few scenes in a few rooms at most. Here we have an adult game called The Most Lecherous, which seems almost like it's a card-based game. It's kind of flat 2D but realistically depicted ladies, mostly showing their upper half, so kind of soft core in that. And then there's a bunch of card games that seem to have Asian writing on it. And there's Ns and Rs, which I'd assume is normals and rares. The first erotic game for young people. Why pay when you can play for free? That is a interesting description, and I don't know what you mean by young people there. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Certainly it's a free-to-play game, and then there's a $3.99 cosplay pack and a $3.99 anime pack. It's English and Chinese. Game contains numerous scenes of exposed breasts, sexually suggestive text, and some sexually suggestive sound effects. It's English and Chinese. Quality does not look good, and frankly the variety of it doesn't look good. Looking at the anime cards as they're shown in the description, it makes me severely wonder if these images were just stolen from the internet or licensed, whichever one you want to believe. There doesn't really feel like there's any consistency. It's just this generic pink outline background, which makes me think they've just erased the background of the images. Even the 3D CGI characters honestly don't look that interesting. Yeah, there's definitely a lack of quality here. But more than that, there's just a lack of variety if you're going to make a card game. it's also worth pointing out this is a single player only game, so as far as the collectible card element, you're not going to play it for very long anyways. You'd be better off playing Hearthstone with an adult mod, or if Yu-Gi-Oh has any adult mods that would just change the art if that's what you want. I know Hearthstone does have an adult mod or two like that. Well, this game doesn't look like anything. So yeah, that really is just another example of low effort porn from Chinese creators, but in that instance you have almost the exact opposite of what I was saying before, in that there was actual toplessness there and from a Chinese developer. So I imagine that technically wouldn't have fallen in line with China's rules and their censorship rules, but yeah, seems very much like some companies get away with it for a while at least. Here's a railways train simulator game that might be something. That being said, there's already several train simulator games out there. Let's see. Small Land might be something of interest. Really would like to find a better background music selection. Like, I should just pull a collection of background music to play once we start doing that. Once we're no longer playing Yu-Gi-Oh, just mute Yu-Gi-Oh, fade in some playlist that randomizes background music. But that would require me to spend energy curating a playlist of background music that YouTube would allow, and it wouldn't get me content ID'd, and that'd be something I just wouldn't want to spend my energy on because I'm just not that big of a fan of music. It'd be nice if you could just pick some kind of playlist on YouTube and start playing. Heck, even if there was just like some kind of monetization thing there where you played this music on your video, and instead of the music creator, and this would almost certainly never happen, like instead of the music creator demanding all of the income and ad revenue from your video because you played their music, they actually would pay you a fraction of a penny for playing their music as an advertisement. Even if it was just like you play this radio station and partial parts of a song play, and then there's some kind of voice to text to speech type commercial that plays in between it. That might be fairly annoying, but yeah. The idea of you're listening to YouTube radio, check out the full thing at www.whatever, that kind of quick station break type commercial, if it added to revenue to content creators, might work pretty well. Well, this game Gripper we've been looking at, it definitely looks weird, but it also looks polished enough to actually be a game, so that catches my attention. If anything, that's the most interesting game I've seen so far today. Turn on the lights carefully. Some kind of electric puzzle game, although inherently you are already doing something wrong here. Let's just talk about this, in that these are being depicted as batteries, and these bulbs are being depicted as like 120 alternating current bulbs, not direct currents. And even if you were putting in LEDs that are technically direct current bulbs, they still have transformers in there that are expecting alternating current batteries. As far as these symbols, they kind of mean nothing. I guess maybe the idea is this switch connects to this, which doesn't mean anything at all because there's like no neutral or grounding wire here. So you have this like minimalist puzzle design that really leads itself to just creating confusion. as far as how actual electrical circuitry would play and work. Yeah. So I'm going to say no to this for being inaccurate. I don't want to spread bad information. We have a game called Robocock, which I guess is an adult game. Apparently it is. $2.67, English only. With the exception of the name, it doesn't seem like there's any adult content in this game at all. Alright, maybe there's an 8-bit poster. Doesn't even need to be censored, really. Like, I saw an 8-bit poster of a lady showing a thong. And there might be some 8-bit, yeah, there, showing a backside. Or a front side in a bikini. Can't even tell. This definitely doesn't feel like a game that should be in the adult section. Maybe there's some 8-bit visuals that do justify it being in the adult section. But also, this feels very much like a game you would get in the 70s or 60s. Well, not 60s. 70s, 80s, 90s, early 90s on PC. That would just be like a mod to another game to put in adult content in it. It definitely does not come anywhere close to the level of quality that you would expect in adult games now, and that level of quality is incredibly low to start with. But you definitely would expect recognizable, full screen, zoomed in adult content. This Raid-born game, I'll give it a chance, although it's probably not my type of game. Farmer's Father Save the Innocents. I'll give this a chance. And we really did have just a ton of games. Picto Pool looks like it might be slightly different type of game in which you're pulling blocks forward. Here we have a game called The Orphan. Is this in any way connected to the movie The Orphan or its sequel that came out a few months ago? I don't think so. I think it's just a dark screenshot horror game. Yeah, we have a game called Lumium, which could be something, so I'll give it a chance. And then we have a game called Battle Tracks, which looks visually polished enough to deserve a chance too. It may be just a 4-player, well, it seems to be split screen only, 1-player mostly tank game, but there's visual polish there for a tank game, tank arcade game. Fork Scythe looks like a Doom clone of no real interest. Here we have another adult game called Naive Riri, which is apparently a match 3 game with some topless anime girls. Topless and sometimes bottomless, although mostly I've seen them either fully clothed or just topless. Otherwise it is just a match 3 game. I could certainly see the argument around making a match 3 game into an adult game. Honey Pop did a decent job there, but I don't think there's enough here to make me play another game like Honey Pop. Plus Honey Pop had a whole dating simulation mechanic on top of the match 3 mechanic. Naive Riri is $3.99. It's English and Russian. The animation style of the characters. The characters are drawn taller and elongated, so it's not going for that chibi anime art style, but it still is very much in the vein of what I would have said was inspired by anime as far as the characters go. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say that we've seen a lot of like low effort rushing games lately. We just aren't seeing a lot of rushing games at all. Phantom Hunter. And I guess a lot of that also comes down to the fact that I am not scrolling down and checking the languages for a lot of bad games. I'm just assuming they're generically bad games and moving on. This next adult game we have is called Furry Furries, or Fury Furries, Furry Furries. It's a match 3 game with furry animals in state of undress. Arguably not even really what I would say are furries, because inherently when I think of a furry, it would be a human in a fur suit, where this is more anthropomorphic animals, actual animals that have female forms on them. It seems to be all females. They have breasts and genitalia like a human female would have, even if that doesn't really make any sense. And they have just 2 nipples. Seems to be consistent instead of potentially having more. The game is $4.49, English only. If you're into furry games, furry characters, this might be for you. If you're not, it definitely won't. Let's see. Next we have a game called Super Puzzle Cross, which this is probably nothing, but I'll, out of an abundance of caution, put it on the follow list. Linked Worlds looks like an RPG Maker game of no interest. ACL Pro Cornhole. Cornhole being a game where you throw bean bags into a hole on a slanted piece of wood that is several feet away. It's a backyard game. Yep, this is a better image of it. I assume there's probably a pro league around this game, but also the game is fairly simplistic and easy to master, so like the evolved version of this would be to be a pro bocce ball player, because there's more strategy around bocce ball than cornhole. But yeah, maybe this is a game. Inherently, there is the question, should you pay $30 for a cornhole game? No, absolutely not. You should just buy the whole cornhole sets for $30 and play it in your backyard every now and then. Or, I mean, if you have a long hallway, you can play it in your house. Let's see what this next game was. Adventures of Darku Dragon. Give that a chance. And we've got one more game, and then we'll go through the GameDeveloper.com articles, and then that'll be the end of the stream. Again, I'm just not catching up and seeing if there's any new news. That may bite me in the butt eventually, but it seems like that will work very well. We're not doing a duel live because of this. Project Astra Dominium here does this look like a fairly nicely polished tower defense game, but still just a tower defense game. It doesn't feel like it could go above that as a concept. So our GameDeveloper.com articles, man, we've been going 5 hours. I don't know what I ranted on so much that took this long. That is crazy. For anybody still listening, thank you. You deserve a special thanks there. Moving on. Disney has shut down the Metaverse division as part of a larger company layoffs. They cut its 50-person Metaverse team in the first round of 7,000 layoffs, which is probably a great thing, because the last thing we need is Disney trying to create a Metaverse or Web3 or NFTs. I still wouldn't be surprised if they do some kind of Web3 NFT thing, particularly with Disney art. I could see people being stupid enough to buy that. But last thing we need is Disney, who has been historically terrible about supporting and maintaining any video game type product, trying to make a Metaverse VR a reality based around a Disney type world or Disney type product. GameDeveloper.com says Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick sends Sony to the naughty step. In an open letter published on Substack, Kotick says he's disappointed in PlayStation makers' response to the Microsoft's proposed Activision Blizzard merger. It certainly makes Sony look really bad as far as any partner company that might think about wanting to be acquired by Microsoft. Like, certainly now, if I was working for like Night Dive Studio or something, and well, Atari just acquired Night Dive, but if I was Atari and I wanted to be acquired by Microsoft, I would say, oh, this might be way worse than I think, and maybe I should do the acquisition in secret, or maybe we should not bother to do the acquisition in the first place. There might be this chilling effect now if you wanted to be acquired by Microsoft, knowing that potentially Sony is going to do everything in their power to stop the acquisition from happening. And generally speaking, people in business don't appreciate when they can't do the business they want to do, and they'll find ways, or at least try to find ways, to punish people to stop them from doing business, which very possibly is why Congress is now talking about how Sony PlayStation is a monopoly in Japan, is that you're getting active government pushback, and the United States very likely acting on behalf of a corporation, which, yeah, that's pretty much the United States government in a nutshell, always working on the behalf of rich oligarchs and corporations. Moving on, Nintendo extends its code redemption date for the 3DS and Wii U shop to another week, basically, up until April 3rd. Naughty Dog says it's working on fixes after players blast The Last of Us Part 1 PC port. The studio said it's heard the concerns of PC players. Yep. Naughty Dog have their name on that game, and frankly, I think in this case, I don't think it was publicly stated anywhere that Naughty Dog wasn't the people in charge of porting the PC thing. So they can't throw a third-party PC porting company under the bus, even though there very possibly, I have no evidence to this fact, was some third-party PC porting company that helped them port it to PC. It may not have been that case, though. It may very possibly have been Naughty Dog did all the porting themselves, and maybe that's why it's so bad, because Naughty Dog has been in the walled garden of making PlayStation games, and only PlayStation games, for a long time. We already talked about RE4 remake topping 3 million sales, although this is actually inaccurate from what they really are saying, so that just speaks to the level of quality of reporting at GameDeveloper.com. It was over 3 million physical shipments plus digital sales, which means a significant portion of those physical shipments could have been shipped from a factory to a Walmart shelf in a Walmart store. That doesn't mean it actually sold and somebody bought the game. E3 2023 loses Sega and Tencent among communication concerns. More publishers pull out of E3 2023, raising questions about the event's futures months ahead of its intended June launch. The communication concerns in particular several sources speaking to IGN explained they lack substantial information from ReedPop and the ESA to decide on whether it's worth showing up at E3. Interesting. So, yeah, it seems like it very possibly is just a breakdown in communication that they're not happy with. Although, certainly you could say communication concerns and it could mean a lot of other things. If you ask a question and somebody says no, you could definitely say, well, we're pulling out because of communication concerns. when the answer was fully communicated to you and you just got an answer you didn't like. I have to wonder, just tinfoil hat theory here, if part of why E3 is having a lot of people pull out is because the adult expo that usually happens at the same time as E3 or CES, it used to, I think, happen at the same time as CES, but maybe it has been overlapping with E3. But yeah, that would be a tinfoil theory hat, is if we can't go to the porn show, we won't bother to go to our own event. But I would suspect a lack of free booze is a higher chance as to why people would pull out over a lack of access to the adult AVNs. We already talked about this. U.S. Congress calls on intervention on PlayStation's, quote, monopoly on Japan. And then Steam is ending support for Windows 7 and 8 and 8.1 in 2024. They're not mentioning 8.1, but I think that is also mentioned here. So you're talking Windows 10 or Windows 11 basically in 2024. They must have seen that enough people had been automatically forced to Windows 10 anyways, that there wasn't that many people. I imagine we will see a much longer tail as far as support for Windows 10 as it goes, but there is definitely a point where I could see myself eventually getting to a SteamOS Arc build on my computer and just using that. It really would just come down to how many weird programs am I still using at that point that actually need Windows. I could definitely see dual booting and day-to-day if I had a SteamOS Arc build that would let me play, run OBS and stream on that. Then day-to-day, that's kind of all I need. Games would have to play as well, if not better, on SteamOS to bother to boot into that. Certainly. Otherwise, I just stick with Windows 10 for as long as possible and hope that maybe you can jump all the way past the Windows 11 into a new Windows 12 that is maybe a little bit easier to control and less crazy. That being said, I also don't have the trusted platform module that's necessary to go to Windows 11, so unless they dropped that requirement, I think I am definitely going to be in the category that a lot of people are in which you just can't get Windows 11, which I'm more than happy to not get Windows 11. If anything, I definitely would prefer to have an operating system that just did less and was more optimized, a very minimalistic operating system, because I don't think Windows has added anything that I would want as far as features in decades, other than just DirectX support and playing video games with better video drivers. Anyways, that's going to be the end of this massively long stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos, even when they're super long, because that helps me with YouTube. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and give me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.